Well, that's my. Good evening. It is 5:30 p.m. Regular meeting of the Morro Bay City Council. Today is Tuesday, September the 10th, 2019. We are at the Veterans Hall, 209 Surf Street, Morro Bay, California. We do have a quorum, and I will call the meeting to order and ask for just a moment of silence, if you would, please. Thank you. Councilmember Heller, would you lead us in the pledge?
I pledge allegiance
to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you. And with that, I will ask our esteemed city attorney, Councilor Niermeyer, do we have any closed session report tonight?
No reportable action, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, sir. That will move us to mayor and council members' reports. Who would like to start us off? Councilmember Addis, would you like to lead tonight?
Well, I want to thank the public for coming out to Run, Win, Make a Difference, where we talked with a panel of city council members from across the county. And there's a ton coming up in September. So Catch of the Central Coast is a benefit for Central Coast Aquarium, which is trying to move into a space on the Embarcadero. That's on September 14th. And there should be tickets at centralcoastaquarium.com. And then our chamber is doing another Women Making Waves event. So it's Women Making Waves in Arts and Entertainment. And that will be at the Siren at 5 p.m. on September 30th. And then I'd like to invite everybody here and watching on TV to a town hall with Congressman Carbajal, which will be October 10th at the Morro Bay Community Center. And of course, it's free to get in, but we do ask that you reserve a ticket because space is limited, and it did fill up last time, and we had to turn people away at the door. So that's October 10th, and you can find tickets by going to my social media, Dawn Addis City Council on Facebook or Instagram, and there's links there.
Great, thank you. Councilmember Davis.
Yes, thank you. Appreciate seeing everyone here tonight. I want to recognize one of our special Morro Bay citizens tonight, Janice Peters. Janice has brought to our town a little theater company, By the Sea Players. She founded the Players. She brought people together. She found a location, and she's producing great homegrown entertainment that adds a lot of class to our town. Janice also founded the annual Mermaid Parade that kicks off the summer season and gives an opportunity for sea creatures and pirates to strut their stuff along the harbor walk every May. So thank you, Janice. Speaking of that, By the Sea Players presents Veronica's Position, and that's playing at St. Peter's by the Sea for the rest of this month. Friday and Saturday at 7 and Sunday matinees at 3. An update on our Highway 141 Main Street intersection improvement. Mayor Heading and I have been working with SLOCOG staff to keep the project alive, and at last week's SLOCOG meeting we received a commitment to keep the intersection improvement on the list for at least one more year. Between now and December of 2020, we have to come up with a funding plan for our share of the construction. And right now there is a $4 million shortfall. So Mr. Leivik and others on our staff are working on grant applications to help us come up with the local matching funds to leverage that $4 million. One possible grant is from the active transportation program that supports pedestrian and bicycling facilities, because there are a lot of school young people who come through that intersection in the morning and in the evening on bikes and walking. So SLOCOG has volunteers out taking counts of the bicyclists and pedestrians who move through that intersection. Mr. Collins and Mrs. Davis and I have volunteered to be part of that group, and we were out this morning at 7 a.m. taking our counts, and we're going to do it again tomorrow. So I want to thank Mr. Collins and my wife for helping out. I'm going to have office hours this coming Saturday at Sun and Buns, but I'm going to make a small change in the timing. Our UPS store up on Kennedy Way has new owners, and they're going to have a ribbon cutting ceremony at 9 o'clock. So I will attend that, and then I'll do my office hours from 9:15 until 10:30 at Sun and Buns. And I want to do something a little different tonight. We hear a lot of comments about things that are wrong with the city, and I want to say something positive, and I invite others to join me tonight as you do public comment. I want to say that one of the things I like best about Morro Bay is the huge number of people who volunteer to do things, from landscape beautification to community radio to Pacific Wildlife Care. And we have people who love our town so much that they give of their time and their talents to help make it a better place. And I think that sets us apart from a lot of places. So, thank you.
Well stated. Did you have, yes, go ahead.
Since you mentioned the former Mayor Peters, Janice Peters, she's going to be on the Women Making Waves panel in Arts and Entertainment. So we invite the public to come out to that on September 30th.
Fantastic. Councilmember McPherson.
Yes, thank you, and welcome, everyone. Since we're talking about positive things, I'm going to add another very nice positive thing. I want to pass along what I think is a really a piece of feel-good news. Hope's Village of San Luis Obispo provides a number of services for the homeless, and one of them is recruiting or finding trailers and RVs and campers and giving them to homeless vets. And the most recent one was donated by one of our Morro Bay citizens, and it was given to a Morro Bay vet who now has a home, and that was the 93rd that Hope's Village had actually been able to process since they've been around. So anyway, that was all good news and happy. And then I just want to remind everyone that on September 21st, Mimbosa is having a party. It's a celebration, and it will be starting at 2:30 in the afternoon at the foot of Cerrito Peak, also known as Eagle Rock, and I hope to see you there. A number of council members will be there, and our county supervisor will be there also. So hope to see you there. Thanks.
Great. Thank you. Councilmember Hiller.
I'd like to thank everybody for coming out. I know you have plenty of other things to do, and it always pleases me when I look out and I see faces here, and I appreciate that. And to echo Red's comments, the volunteerism and the involvement of the citizenry in this town is remarkable and makes it a very special place. On another note, a couple of members up here have radio shows on the community network here, 97.3 The Rock, and not to be outdone, I'm announcing a radio show which I'll be starting September 21st, which is a Saturday afternoon from 2 to 2:30. Title of the show is Small Town Democracy, and basically I'm going to be sharing what I'm learning as a new council member, how things work, and hope to have a little humor along the way as well as some facts, so I hope you will tune in. Also, I can be reached. I'm more than happy to meet and have a coffee and donut with anybody. It's my favorite thing to do. 805-471-1257. So please give me a call, and I'll make a time to meet with you, talk about any issues that you want to talk about. Thank you.
Hey, did you want to mention that radio station that you might be on?
Didn't I mention that?
I don't know if you did.
97.3 The Rock?
There you go, you did.
97.3
Okay, yeah.
FM.
Or 107.9 also.
107.9.
You got it.
He obviously
Fantastic.
has a show also.
Great. We'll look forward to listening. On not so, I guess, light of a note, in 2012, during transition in the city, we had an interim city manager by the name of Ed Crines, and we got a notification that Ed passed away, and I just wanted to read some words. Ed was a tremendous gentleman who started his career very early on, but I wanted to read what the family sent. Big Ed, as he was known, was married to our mom, Emily Crines, for 67 years. They met as high school sweethearts at Hayward High, marrying in June of 1952. He had 3 sons and their wives, as well as a number of grandchildren. He became police officer in Hayward, California in 1956, was chief of police at Sausalito from 66 to 69, and he started the department of the chief of police for Pleasant Hill in 1970. He later became chief of police at Beverly Hills, and from 1975 to 81 served in that position, and then he transferred to his first, and transitioned, I should say, to his first city manager position in Beverly Hills, serving from 81 to 1990. He then retired and served more than 40 different communities during retirement as either an interim city manager or an interim department director, mainly city manager. Ed, I knew briefly, was a great gentleman, served this city well for a number of months during transition, and he will be greatly missed and leaves a tremendous legacy behind in terms of community service and what it means to be a servant to one's community and one's state at large. And so we'll miss Ed, and I'm just going to ask for a few more seconds of silence in your own way, thinking about his family and friends and relatives and about Ed, and just remembering him. Thank you. I'll turn it over to our city manager, Mr. Collins.
No report tonight, thanks.
No report tonight. Wow. Okay. We'll move on then. Looks like we have a presentation. Did you want to introduce SLOCOG or Councilmember Davis or anybody from SLOCOG here? Hey, there you are. SLOCOG rideshare presentation. I think it's Catalina Hubbard. Catalina, welcome. Great to have you this evening.
Thank you. All right. Good evening, Mayor Heading, council members in Morro Bay. My name is Catalina Hubbard, and I'm the Rideshare Outreach Coordinator at the San Luis Obispo Council of Governments. SLOCOG is our region's agency responsible for transportation planning and funding. Our rideshare division has programs for seniors, commuters, travelers, persons with disabilities, parents, and K-12 students. I'm here to tell you about some of the community events coming up in the beginning of October. So, over. This way.
Rideshare week.
Do you know?
Need some help? There you go.
Thank you. Well, first I want to mention Walk to School Day.
It's not working out.
Oh, no worries. Walk to School Day, and that's going to be October 2nd. The percentage of children walking or biking to school has declined from 48% in 1969 to only 17.6% in recent years. So back in the 70s, when you used to have to walk uphill both ways to school, that has changed to kids hardly walking at all to school. So, but the good news is that we do have about 5,000 kids projected to participate in this year's event, and that's with only 41 of about 60 schools reporting in the county. So if you would like more info about that, you can visit slowsaferoutes.org. Next we have Rideshare Week. That's going to be on October 7th through the 11th. This year we're asking the community to help us solve the commute puzzle by pledging between now and October 11th. You can pledge at any time, and the slideshow would just say there's kind of 3 options. One is to log a smart commute choice. 2 is to send a carpool message. 3 is to share your thoughts through a survey format about how your commute would be better. For every pledge, you'll be entered to win $500, and you can access that pledge form at supercommuter.org. So we're going to be having a number of pledge events. We kick off with something called Parking Day, and that's going to be on October 4th, and that's the Friday before Rideshare Week. We're basically converting some parking spots into a mini parklet, and the idea is that we dedicate lots of area in our cities to basically standing cars. So we're going to see what else we can do with that kind of space. We're working on some additional locations, but for now, you can stop by Big Sky Cafe in San Luis Obispo or Branch Street Market in Rio Grande and enjoy some free food and lawn games. During Rideshare Week, we'll also be holding events at employer locations like Cal Poly, MindBody, Atascadero State Hospital, and French Hospital, and more, and those are all open to the public. So keep updated for those dates. We offer some bonus perks during Rideshare Week. One is through the Waze app. A lot of people already use it to find a quicker way home or to avoid speed traps. But you can actually use it to offer a ride to someone and earn up to $15 for a commute that you're already going to do. On the flip side, if you're looking for a ride, it's only going to cost you $2 during Rideshare Week, which is a really good deal if you've ever paid for an Uber or a taxi or Lyft from Morro Bay to San Luis or even across town. Our transportation partners will also be offering some free transit during Rideshare Week, so slow transit will be completely free all week. Morro Bay is doing a Tri-Transit Thursday, and I can also get a free RTA pass to anyone who's interested. During Rideshare Week, we also have a commuter challenge. It has 5 categories. Winners are picked by vehicle mileage reductions, so you can log more than just your commute. You can log if you rode your bike to coffee or if you walked to a friend's house for dinner. The winners of the category receive a title trophy, so they have to defend it the following year, which is kind of exciting. I just took one back from Atascadero State Hospital, and they were like, we want to get it back. So, and new this year is that the winner, we're going to pick a winner from those 5 categories, and they get a food truck lunch for their team. Last and not least, at Rideshare, we like to say that it's not a mode, it's a movement. So whether you're advocating for alternative transportation, actively seeking smarter commute opportunities, or walking to school with your kids on October 2nd, you're helping create a better community for everyone. So thank you for letting me present.
So did you say only 17% of kids walk or bike to school now?
That's correct.
As opposed to
48.
48%. That's an amazing statistic. And
yeah, you can actually go to saferoutestoschool.org, I believe, and they have all these statistics of, students that live within a mile of their school. It's like almost, I think the numbers are almost worse, because you're only a mile, so. But we're getting a lot of participation, so we've been in contact. I went to Morro Bay High School, so I have a personal victory to get the coastal schools involved. So
great. Well, Councilmember McPherson tells me she walked 15 miles in the snow one way and back. So Councilmember Heller as well. But that is an amazing statistic. Yeah. Thank you for all that you do, and thank you for your work in transportation. Thank you, Councilmember Davis, for representing us on SlowCog. We appreciate that.
Yeah, and thank you guys for volunteering for the bike counts, because I know that's needed.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Great, thanks. It looks like we have a special presentation. Marianne Gustafson, I'll call you up front. And you have a special Lighthouse Century Ride presentation this evening.
I do.
Welcome.
Thank you so much, Mayor Heading and the rest of the council, for inviting me here. Or allowing me to speak. So anyways, I'm Marianne Gustafson, and I'm a resident here of Morro Bay, live over on Morro Avenue. But I'm speaking tonight as a representative for the San Luis Obispo Bicycling Club to tell you about our annual bicycling event that will be coming, and actually it's headquartered here in Morro Bay. So it'll be our 48th annual event, and on September 28th, it's going to start and end at Morro Bay High School. We're expecting about 1,100 riders, and these are mostly experienced riders, and we remind them in all of our literature about riding safely, observing traffic laws, sharing the road, and also respecting local residents. So as I said, the route starts and ends at Morro Bay High School, and it goes up Highway 1. And so we go as far north as Piedras Blancos Lighthouse. So we go a little bit past San Simeon. Our Century Ride actually goes up Highway 48 to Lago Giuseppe Winery before returning back down to Highway 1 and heading north. We'll have rest stops every 12 miles, so they're going to be in Harmony, at the Lago Giuseppe Winery on Highway 46, at San Simeon Lodge, Arroyo de la Cruz parking area, at the end of the new realigned section of Highway 1 there at Piedras Blancas Lighthouse. We'll also be at the Cavalier Resort in San Simeon, and then halfway down Harmony Hill on Highway 1. So we have basically rest stops on each side of the highway, depending upon which direction folks are going. At the rest stops, we provide food and drinks that are prepared by volunteers. We also have porta potties, pop-up canopies, tables, bike racks, dumpsters, and we also have volunteer bike mechanics, so that way if somebody's experiencing problems, they can get assistance then. The event starts at 7 a.m. and it closes at 5 p.m. So at 5 p.m., we're sweeping Highway 1 to make sure that everybody is getting in back to Morro Bay High School. We have contracted with the CHP for 3 units to patrol both the route and to monitor the behavior of drivers and also of cyclists. And so from a Morro Bay standpoint, not only is the event held here, but also our Morro Bay police volunteers will be helping to direct traffic around the high school. So literally when people are pulling out of the high school there and turn left on Atascadero Road, there will be volunteers to help them get through those stop signs and under the freeway and then onto Highway 1 there to start their ride north. But the other thing also is that this is a community fundraiser. So we donate to the Morro Bay community volunteers as far as the volunteers in policing, the Morro Bay July 4th Bike Parade, Morro Bay High School, and also their booster club, which helps provide the barbecue at the end of the ride to all the riders. But some other information I thought you might find interesting is we did a survey after our last Lighthouse last year in 2018, and we got back out of that 342 surveys. And of those, 158 people said that they stayed 2 or more nights here in Morro Bay. So we've been talking back and forth with the tourist board. We're hoping to even more actively promote Morro Bay, not only for accommodations, but also for all the great restaurants that are here and all the other fun things to do. So Morro Bay, we had 72% of the people actually stayed here in Morro Bay that responded. So really our purpose for this ride is to raise money not only for our club, but also donations that benefit also Bike Slow County, so the overall Bike Slow, and also other local cycling programs and organizations. And so last year we donated over $50,000, and I would imagine we would be making those types of donations this year. So we try and work with local communities to make sure we can, everyone can have a safe ride, and also that we minimize the impact of the event on the community. So some of the things, doing outreach to CAL FIRE, to the hospitals, to the ambulance company, to all the other organizations that may see the riders out there on Highway 1, or hopefully as far as the hospitals don't see the riders. So anyways, I don't know if anyone has any questions.
Great, sounds like a great event, and just September 28th, starting at 7 a.m., and I heard you say you're going to sweep the remainder of the folks up at 5 p.m., right?
Yes.
So
we want
there'll
to
be a
make
sweep.
we want to make sure they're off Highway 1 well
Right.
before dark.
Great. Sounds
And-
like a great event, great fundraiser.
It's a lot of fun, and so
Good.
maybe we'll see some of you out there.
Thank you.
All righty.
Thanks for being
so
here.
much.
Appreciate that. Have a good evening. That brings us to public comment. I have a number of speaker slips. Any members of the audience wishing to address any items on the agenda for which you can't stay, you can do so now, and or any other items not on the agenda. I'll start with speaker slips, and then I'll just open it up generally. First general public comment speaker is Dr. Bob Swain. Bob, welcome.
Greetings, Mayor, Council, staff, everybody in TV land. Since you brought up volunteers, I want to throw a shameless plug in for the Maritime Museum. We're always looking for volunteers. It's an interesting way to learn about how Morro Bay took part as a maritime activity during World War II and the fishing industry and everything since then. I learned a lot since I was there. It was really amazing. And, excuse me, another reason I'm here is I want to bring up, I know the big issue right now is vacation rentals, weekenders and all that type of thing. And I just want to say that I think everybody should be on the same playing field. I mean, they need to have the same laws and rules and health inspections and everything that hotels do so that they can compete on an even blanket. And I think what I look at is we voted this council in to make decisions for us. And I feel that by not making a decision on this at a rapid pace, we're kind of just stalling, and everybody's in total confusion on what to do with the property. Can I rent out? Can I, whatever. So I think you as a council need to really jump on it and make a total decision and get everybody on the same playing field, and so that we can have a fun town and get back to neighborhoods instead of the hood. Thank you.
Great. Thanks, Bob. Next up for public comment is Victoria Schmidt. Victoria, welcome.
It's weird not talking that way. I'm Victoria, and I am a resident of Morro Bay. And I am going to address the issue of the vacation rental ordinance. I had a motto when I worked as a critical care dietitian for 30 plus years, handling trauma and hopefully not any bicycle traumas that could come in. And my motto was, do today what you could put off till tomorrow. So, vacation rentals. You've heard from the public. You know this is a hot topic that is extremely important to the Morro Bay residents. You know this topic is not going away. Continued delays are just going to increase the cost. There's going to be an increased number of non-licensed rentals, and there's going to be more transfer of property that is based on unrealistic incomes. Why do you keep putting it off? Why is there this delay? Is the staff too busy? Another motto of mine is, so sad, too bad. There's always going to be issues that come up. Are there some other options that could be incorporated to get this done that perhaps involves less staff time? This vacation rental ordinance is a huge issue. Get it done. It's just going to continue to cost more and have more aggravation later. Do today what you could put off till tomorrow. Thank you.
Thank you, Victoria. Next up for public comment is Carol Swain. Carol, welcome.
Thank you, and thank you for addressing this topic. And we all know that there are many, many issues that face our town, and that all seem so very, very important. The one I'm talking about is the one that you've heard several times already, and that is about vacation rentals and their impact on neighborhoods. If you can please put this topic closer to the top of the list and do the assessments that need to be done so that property owners and vacation people, tourists who come to town that we want to welcome are getting a fair shake. So I think that there are issues that need to be addressed so that the ordinance that finally results from all of this is a good one, a fair one, and I appreciate that you're moving it forward. Thank you.
Great. Thank you. And next up for public comment is Terry Simons. Terry, welcome.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor and Council. My name is Terry Simons. I'm a Morro Bay resident. It occurred to me that this is the first appearance I've made before the newly seated Mayor and Council. And first of all, I'd like to say congratulations to you all for taking your seats. And I hope to be attending more now that I've retired, or semi-retired, and participating once again in discussions at the Council. I have started a program. I don't know if you're familiar with the local public or FaceTime style media, but it's nextdoor.com. I've started a program of starting to do polls on that, on items on the city council's agenda, and I am going to periodically report in on those to you. I have one tonight on item C3 that I'll discuss later. It's on the agenda. I also have a helpful thought. I don't know if it's helpful or not, but I understand that you're continuing to work on trying to work with the intersection at 41 in Maine with Caltrans. Last year, I made a suggestion, I don't know if it ever got anywhere, was that one of the future lift stations for the wharf could be located in the donut hole of a roundabout there, and perhaps some wharf funds could be combined with city funds, combined with Caltrans funds, to put a nice lift station in the center of a roundabout where it would provide multiple services, and that's we could defer some money from the wharf into that project. So let's see what else I've got on my list. Please take a look at the nextdoor.com if you're not familiar with that, and I'll discuss that more later on in the agenda. Thank you so much, and welcome to another year.
Great, Terry. Good to see you back. Next up for public comment is Linda Winters, Mobile Home Linda, as she likes to be called. Linda, welcome.
Thank you, Mayor Henning. I am Linda Winters, AKA Mobile Home Park Linda. Yes, indeed. A quick suggestion for you, Mr. Davis, and you, Mr. Collins, in going down to Highway 41 in Maine, do it at 3:30 in the afternoon. That's when the chaos really goes. Just to add that. When last we met, we had requested that the city administration familiarize themselves with the city's rent control ordinance number 499 and all the facets of the document that help to protect the 1,000 plus Morro Bay Mobile Home Park residents. We all trust the city will continue with this ordinance for many, many years to come. Since that last meeting, many of the city staff have worked considerable hours to implement a portion of the ordinance regarding establishing permanent residency. It involved a longtime Morro Bay resident that had to prove he was still and always had been a resident of the mobile home park in Morro Bay. If you've ever had to prove who you are due to identity theft, perhaps, you know how hard it is to prove you are you. We ran into many, many difficult legal questions and reams of paperwork, but finally, after 10 and a half months, and the cooperation of the park owner and the city staff, bless your hearts, to the Scotts, especially the two Scotts, the city attorney Newmeyer, we proved his permanent residency. I am extremely proud to announce that the Morro Bay Rent Control Ordinance works. Morro Bay has a new, well, slightly used, reinstated resident. This is the end of my presentation, Mayor Heading, but I would like to introduce the next speaker, Mr. George Oberlin.
And the envelope does say George Oberlin. George, yes. Welcome. It's pretty psychic, Linda. George, welcome.
I'm old and senile.
Take your time, no worries.
Don't tell him that. Mayor Heading, George asked me to speak for him, so I'm next in line. That's why I knew where it was coming.
No worries.
I'm going to read this little presentation from George. Hi, Morro Bay. I am George Oberlin. I've lived in Morro Bay since 1981. I came here with my wife Dixie and 3 Great Danes in a motorhome. I can't imagine. We found a space in a mobile home park that was then known as Traytel. We bought a small mobile home, placed it by Morro Creek, and spent many years in that same space, paying rent month after month, year after year. We lived through 2 floods, 1 fire, and an earthquake. Both my wife and I worked and volunteered all over the town. We traveled often, but always returned to Morro Bay. There's no place like home. After many years, I remarried back in 2014, keeping my little home here in Morro Bay. When it was necessary to prove this was my only home, I said, I can't improve on paradise. Why would I live anyplace else? I want to personally thank, and this is from George, both the city manager and the planning director, Scott Collins and Scott Graham, for staying with this issue to a happy ending. I received this good news just in time to celebrate my birthday with my children, grandkids, and great-grands that love Morro Bay as much as I do. Did I mention I turned 95 on August 24th? Happy birthday, George. Thank you, Morro Bay. I loved you in 1981, and I love you now. May I also add this to everyone in the audience. I am a World War II veteran, proudly serving as a Marine in the Pacific Theater, including Guadalcanal, including in fighting in Guadalcanal and 3 other battles, and was taken this year to Washington, D.C. on the honor flight. I love you, George Oberlin.
Thank you very much. Thank you all. Thank you, Scott. I appreciate everything that you guys worked real hard for me. I did 4 battles, Guadalcanal, Tarawa, Saipan, and Tinian. And I got a bunch of ribbons from the Navy here just a year ago. I thought I only had 3, but now I've got a dozen. Thank you again for all the work you did. And I go back a long way. I knew Officer Olson and his crew that came up from Seal Beach.
All right.
That's way back, right after the war. Wow.
All right. Thank you,
I lived in Seal Beach. Thank you.
Mr. Oberlin, it's a pleasure to meet you, and thank you for your service. We appreciate everything you've done, and many more happy birthdays to you. That's great. Next up for public comment is Mimi Goldberg. Mimi, welcome.
Hi, my name is Mimi Goldberg. Good evening, City Council. I moved to Morro Bay in 1989. I'm here representing so many people who would like to see trash cans put back down at the Rock, next to or adjacent to the benches and fire pits. Even just one would be helpful. The trash. Today, I see poopy bags not thrown away. The fact is, this happens each and every day. It would be great if everyone walked to the trash bins, but there are always lazy and selfish people who probably also sin. Can we post some signs saying what the fine is? Or perhaps it's just really not any of your biz. Cardboard boxes during Labor Day weekend would have done the job. But I guess the Amgen tour and the Margarita Avocado Festival wasn't your kind of mob. I'd like to make a small difference in our little town, but every time I have to bend over, I have a little frown. Something needs to change and something very soon. If we can't figure something out, we're all a bunch of loons. And I'd like to give a shout out to Eric and welcome home from Sacramento, Eric. Glad you make it home safe and sound. And Thank you all. Okay, please. You had the cardboard boxes up during the margarita. You saw Labor Day weekend down at the Rock. It was the craziest I'd ever seen it. And we didn't have anything. And so please, just put it in the back of your mind, please. We need something down there. And the paraplegic dude from down south, he could not put his trash into his wheelchair and wheel it 96 feet. I measured it. So please, something, even one, just one, would be great, down where everybody parks and they all see. It would be really super. Thank you. And thank you. Woo! Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Mimi. Public comment is still open. That's the last speaker slip that I have. Anybody wishing to make public comment on items either on the agenda for which you can't stay or items other than that, please come forward now. Hi, Betty.
My name's Betty Winholtz, and I'm a co-chair of Citizens for Affordable Living, and we'll be having an open forum this coming Sunday at the Inn at Morro Bay, 1 o'clock. And at 3 o'clock, we're going to do the same presentation. So if people are interested in alternative viewpoints on what's happening with the city and our sewer plant and the water reclamation facility, you're welcome to come down and see our presentation and ask questions. That's 1 o'clock or 3 o'clock this coming Sunday at the Inn at Morro Bay. Thank you.
Thank you, Betty. Public comment is still open for items on the agenda for which you can't stay or items not on the agenda. Welcome, Nick.
How are you? I wanted to get somebody to project this for me.
Can we get some help? There we go.
Love technology. Well, thank you for giving me the opportunity to speak tonight. And I was impressed last meeting with the math of the council, so I wanted to take up that same vein on vacation rental. I'm speaking now, I'm splitting up a comment. We have some other folks here. And so I just wanted to capture the people that speak early and give them some of the facts. But basically, Morro Bay has 6,206 units in the city. I pulled that off the internet. And we have about 20% home ownership. That's come up many times. So we have 1,241 second homes here. And that's an interesting thing because we know how easy it is to offer your home for rent, whether you have a license or not. We also did a survey. I'm a real estate broker as well. And of the 19 oceanfront homes on Beachcomber, and these are the ones that are true oceanfront, 11 are second homes. That's a really interesting thing. So we have 250 licensed vacation rentals in the city, which is 4% of the housing stock. And 52% of those are managed by professionals like me, which really do work with the city every day and keep our guests in line. And you know, I actually got this message, this number from the city. 97 contribute less than $500 a year in TOT. So that means they generate less than $5,000. And it goes down from there. So really you have about only 153 active units in Morro Bay, only 2.4% of the stock. And these are really the most expensive homes in the city. So only 23 are not under professional management. I'm not going to read the conclusions, but we should take in mind the space contributes $1 million to the city in TOT and also sales tax. And that's benefiting all the merchants here. We are a vacation type destination, and the majority of us are good actors. I'm not going to put up another slide, but we have joined an association, the Central Coast Association, and all of the professional managers are banding together to have a similar experience for the guest and impart similar rules and regulations on them. And I think I've supplied the city too with the Good Neighbor brochure. So that's something we've had out there for almost a year with very good results and good experience. The other thing that we've done as a professional manager, and others are doing too, we're going outreach to areas like Beachcomber where we have vacation rentals, And we contacted every neighbor that was home on that street and met them face to face to hear if they had any concerns. And we'll share that with the city too, and the results are pretty amazing. So that's all I'll say. Thank you very much for the opportunity, and I just wanted to put some facts in the record. Thank you.
Thank you. Appreciate that, Nick. Public comment is still open for items on the agenda for which you can't stay and/or other items. Welcome, Jerry.
Good evening. My name is Jim Reed, resident of Morro Bay for 19 years. I don't want to bring up, this is vacation rental business, but I don't want to bring up any one side or the other. I would just urge you, please, to get this on your agenda and start doing something. There's been plenty of input over the last year and a half, people going to meetings, to planning commission meetings. There's a lot of data that's been accumulated from all sides. But doing nothing is not going to accomplish anything. And we've seen in other cities in the country, Sedona, Arizona, and I don't know, Steamboat Springs, Colorado, where doing nothing has led to a situation where the problem then becomes unmanageable. It should still be manageable here. We need to get on it. Sweeping it under the rug isn't going to help anything. And please agendize it and get going. Thank you.
Thanks, Jim. Public comment is still open for any members of the public wishing to speak for items on the agenda or not. Welcome, Michelle.
Hi, John, City Council members. I currently just moved from the beach track up into North Morro Bay, and upon doing so, I did my homework. I checked on the residents that were going to be in the area where my children would be playing, hanging out. I checked Megan's Law to make sure that my children were not in harm's way. Upon my moving into my new home, unbeknownst to me, next door was an illegal Airbnb. It's at 419 Trinidad Street. It has been nothing but an ongoing nightmare. People in and out, housekeepers in and out. I've contacted Tracy McConnell several times. I've contacted the powers to be to go and talk to these people about stopping this. They have ongoing bonfires in the yard, which is about approximately 15 feet from my home, which I've measured. There are dead bushes and plants. My children are worried that an ember is going to fall on the house. There's no reason they couldn't have a gas or a crystal pit put in. And these people are not licensed. They indeed have been found to not have a license. They were flying it on VRBO and Airbnb and Craigslist at one point in Bakersfield. I don't know where this is all going to end, but we do not need any more Airbnbs and VRBOs in this town. There are people that work in this community that cannot live in this community because it's unaffordable because of this. And there's all these illegal ones that are cropping up that apparently you can't seem to shut down and stop. I worry about my children and who is rolling in and out of these houses, that my kids could become, they're predatory. The behavior that comes across from Bakersfield in the Valley is just absolutely, it scares me to death. The other issue is, now that I am in North Morro Bay, there is zero corridor for my children or pedestrians to walk from Yerba Buena to Del Mar Elementary, other than the main street. There's no designated bike path. The one that's between the freeway and on Main Street and the chain link fence is unacceptable. Being crushed into that fence by a car I couldn't even imagine. Chief Cox, when I approached him, and I approached this gentleman, this officer, about this situation, Officer Cox told me, well, the kids can ride on the sidewalk on Main Street. It's a sidewalk. It's not, a main, bicycle. We're supposed to be a bicycle-friendly town, yet there's zero place for anybody to go down Tide or anywhere that's safe. It's supposed to be a safe route to school. There is none. I just would implore the city to start looking into itself instead of trying to generate, all this extra money elsewhere. Thank you.
Thank you, Michelle. Appreciate that. General public comment is still open. Any members of the public wishing to come forward for any items either on the agenda for which you can't stay or items not on the agenda? Dan, come forward, please. Welcome.
Thank you, Mayor and City Council. I'm Dan Sedley. I live in Morro Bay. Something positive. I am still very grateful for those chairs, Scott Collins. That's my positive comment for the night. He's going to ask me to stop sooner or later, but anyways. In regards to the last speaker, I entirely sympathize with her plight. She is my neighbor. My close neighbor, and every one of us, whether we know it or not, has these illegal short-term rentals in close proximity to us, and it doesn't seem like they're being dealt with. So I have a question, which I'll get to in a minute, but last city council meeting, it was talked about that this subject of the unregistered, unlicensed, however you define them, Airbnbs would be brought back to city council, to be re-agendized and be brought to city council for an action plan. It was discussed that by Scott that a consultant would be hired to track these non-registered short-term rentals and to shut them down. My question is, when is this going to be agendized and to be dealt with? Because there are many of them beyond the 250 that are registered, and they need to be shut down. They're not controlled in any way, shape, or form. I appreciate the comments by the professional manager about how he tries to make sure that they behave and coordinates with the city and so on and so forth. I don't have any knowledge about that, but my question is, when is this going to be agendized to be dealt with? I realize I'm probably not going to get an immediate answer, but that's my question. Thank you, Mayor.
The agenda item is C3 for tonight.
They're going to talk about the illegal?
That's correct. That's part of it.
Oh, thank you, sir.
Public comment still open for items either on the agenda for which you can't stay or items not on the agenda? Anybody else wishing to come forward? Surveying the audience. Seeing none, I'm going to close public comment. I don't have really issues to address that won't be addressed on the agenda, so I'm not going to give any feedback. I'm going to move to the consent agenda. Item A, did you have a comment?
I'd like to ask a question.
Absolutely.
A question about the bonfire in the yard. Captain Vieira gave me a good description of the ordinance that prohibits fires. So my question is, who do you call at night when your neighbor's burning a fire? And maybe Sergeant Mosqueda can address that?
We'll get the calls, and if we go out and respond and we see a fire, depending on the circumstances, we will notify the fire department, and they'll come out and assess it and make a decision.
Okay, so I guess the answer is if you see a fire that you believe is threatening your home, you should call the police?
Well, they need to call 911, and they'll dispatch both police and fire.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Appreciate that. That brings us to item A, a consent agenda. I'll open up public comment for items on consent, items A1 through A7. Any members of the public wishing to come forward to address those items, please do so now. Welcome.
Hi. I'm here on behalf of A6. Item A6, which is a fee waiver.
Okay. You want to tell us your name?
My name is Curtis Bradley.
Hi, Chris. Welcome.
Curtis.
Curtis. I'm sorry. Hi, Curtis.
My name is Curtis Bradley. I am currently a Life Scout of Troop 214, Morro Bay Los Osos, and a sophomore at Morro Bay High School. So for my Eagle project, I had built a sign for St. Timothy's Church, and I used skills that I had acquired from my engineering class at Morro Bay High School and the equipment there. We received a sign exemption permit on May 21st, 2019, and the sign was installed by members of the community and I on June 8th, 2019. The sign exemption permit was paid for by St. Timothy's Church. The sign exemption permit itself had costed $1,305, and we're hoping to get at least a reduction or that total fee back. So not only is the church used by used by the church, but is also often used by the community. The hall has been used for English as a second language, Alcoholics Anonymous, the Chamber of Commerce, a local wood carving group, a local quilt making group, a group who have family members with alcohol and drug difficulties. It's also been used to host monthly community dinners along with Coast Guard trainings and fire department trainings. It's been used as a meeting place by the Girl Scout Brownies. It's also been used by the local chorals, by the Rotary, and it was also used by the city for Amgen. The cost of the project. The sign materials and the installation itself had costed $329. The sign exemption permit fee was $1,305, with the total cost, including the permit fees, being $1,634. 80% of the total cost went just to the permit itself. Part of the Scout Law is a Scout is trustworthy, loyal, helpful, friendly, courteous, kind, obedient, cheerful, thrifty, brave, clean, and reverent. Part of the Scout Law is that a Scout is thrifty. So as a Scout, I'm responsible for monitoring my time and resources to ensure that I'm not wasteful with my money or others' money. I was very careful with the project to keep the cost of the project low while still creating a quality project. I did this by utilizing skills I have learned in my engineering class and by using the new machinery at Morro Bay High School's engineering lab. One of the foreseen costs of this project, in both time and money, was the sign exemption permit. In fact, there is currently a draft sign.
So Curtis, so your time's up, but I'm going to give you another minute because I'm really liking what you're saying, so go ahead.
In fact, there is currently a draft sign ordinance proposal that does not require a sign exemption permit for this type of case. So, as unanimously recommended by the Morro Bay Planning Commission at the May 21st, 2019 meeting, I'm requesting a waiver of the sign exemption permit fee in the amount of $1,305. Thank you.
Great. Curtis, it's really wonderful to see young people up here, and we thank you. Also, it's just note to staff, young people know how to use audio-visual materials. Notice he had no problem with his AV equipment. Community would note that as well. Good job, good presentation, and thank you for the work that you're doing.
Thank you.
Public comment is still open for items on consent agenda. Any members of the public wishing to come forward, please do so. Father Ed, good to see you. Welcome.
Nice to see you, Mayor Hedden. I don't actually know you, but
it's still good to see you anyway.
Yeah, but
right?
I'm happy to know you now. I've dropped into the drugstore at time in the previous life of yours, and I tried to meet you. And to the council as well and the other city leaders, I would like to say hello to you. I want to congratulate Curtis. He's done an outstanding job. When he started the project, he hadn't started his sophomore year in high school. He's just begun that. So he's actually doing that as a young 15-year-old kid. I don't have some of the skills that he has. And he took this project on, and I've asked two other Eagle Scouts who wanted to how to do projects if they would take on this project. But honestly, they didn't want to go through the process. but he is an undaunted kid. And it didn't matter to him that this was going to take a lot of time, and which is why he's still back here again tonight. So I can't have him stand up without my also giving him a lot of credit. I also want to say that St. Timothy's loves being a participant in the community. I've already told this to the Planning Commission. And we're always glad to do whatever we can to help the town. I don't think of it as town and church. I think of the church as part of the town, and I like to think of it as vice versa as well. Any way we can help the town, I'm glad to do. So, and this is the only instance in my 23 years here as pastor of St. Timothy's I've ever asked the town for anything. If the town calls St. Timothy's, immediately I say yes. In fact, the staff is very unhappy with me because my response is always yes. And I don't think about it. So, but this one time, we spent so much money on renovating the property, as the Planning Commission would know, over the course of my time here, that I would like, in this one instance, Curtis and St. Timothy's, of course, is asking for a waiver of those fees. That, of course, is up to the council, but anyway, I don't want him to be the only one asking. I want to personally, in the name of St. Timothy's Church, ask for that waiver myself. And I thank you for your for whatever you're going to do.
Thank you, Father Ed. Public comment still open for the consent agenda. Dan, come forward, please.
Thank you, Mayor, City Council, staff. My name is Dan Sedley. I live in Morro Bay. My comments are in regards to A5 on the consent agenda, which is the information retention item. And my questions pertain, and my concerns are in regards to the transparency of government and the transparency of information. Specifically, more specifically, I'm interested to know, I think it talks about doing away with some records after a period of 3 years. And my concern is will I, as a citizen in 4 years, be able to find out about, if I ask what happened in tonight's minutes, will I be able to find out, or will those records be discarded and it'll just be said, well, we don't keep those anymore? I think for the sake of transparency, these kind of records are important. If I'm still alive in 20 years and I want to know what tonight's agenda was about or what the minutes said, it's important to me that they be available, or to any citizen for that matter, for the sake of understanding, for the sake of knowledge, for the sake of understanding what really occurred, for people that weren't even here maybe, or even myself. I get old and I forget stuff. I think that information should be available, and my questions are, will this information be available, or is it being discarded in 3 years? I don't know the answers, so I'm asking for answers. Thank you.
Thank you, Dan. Public comment still open for items on consent agenda. Anybody wishing to come forward, please do so now. Seeing no further members of the public coming forward, I will close it and pull item A5 myself. Any other items to pull?
A1.
A1, okay. At that, any others? Seeing none, I'll take a motion for approval of A2, A3, A4, A6, and A7.
I so move.
Second.
I'm sorry, that's approval of A2, 3, 4, A6, and A7.
Yes.
And a motion by Councilmember Davis, second by Councilmember McPherson. Okay, any discussion? None? Roll call vote, please. Did you have a discussion? Go ahead.
I just wanted to compliment Curtis Bradley for his presentation and his wherewithal for getting through the process. I think it takes a lot to do that, so congratulations on that.
Great job. Thank you. Roll call vote.
Councilmember Davis?
Yes.
Councilmember McPherson?
Yes.
Councilmember Addis?
Yes.
Councilmember Heller?
Yes.
And Councilmember Hedden?
Yes.
Mayor Hedden, excuse me. Motion carries 5-0.
So that leaves A5, and I pulled that to have our city clerk address Mr. Sedley's question with regard to items that, quote unquote, we do away with after 3 years. What happens to those? What if there are minutes that somebody wants to look at 5 years later or sometime after that? Maybe you could answer that for us.
The specific answer to Mr. Sedley's question is that minutes for all Brown Act meetings have a permanent retention, so those would always be available to the public. Same is true for resolutions and ordinances and other documents. There are varying retention lengths, but those are permanent records.
Okay. Great, thank you for that. With that, I'll go ahead and take A1 also, and ask Councilmember Heller to address that.
Thank you very much. So A1 has to do with the minutes for the meeting, Madam Clerk. There's some comments that I made. I don't remember the item number, but it had to do with the hiring consultants to do the survey of the possible sales tax increase and so forth. And some things I've said at several meetings that I would like in the minutes as a matter of record. And what I would like added to that item is basically what I said is the city needs to provide a menu of options to address our unfunded liabilities. This menu should include revenue enhancement options as well as expense reduction options. And I just wanted that on the record for that item, if you can add that.
So Councilmember Heller, I just want to clarify, were those your exact words, or did you get that from the tape? I'm just wanting to capture exactly what you said, if that was what
They're as close as possible without watching the tape, and I've said those words in several meetings.
I'll ask our city attorney how we would go about, he's asking for clarification of the record, and I'll let you speak to that.
Mr. Mayor and Council Member Heller, looking at the minutes that are prepared by the city clerk, I believe that adding in those specific comments would be an exception to our typical minute-keeping policy. The city clerk could clarify, but we don't transcribe statements, generally speaking, in the minutes, word for word. I could leave it to the council and the city clerk whether or not they wanted to make an exception to the policy, but typically comments are not in that detail included in the minutes, and that is just the city's policy. City clerk could elaborate on the policy. Of course, the actual tape is available online if anyone wants to look at the details. For what it's worth, the request that has been made tonight will be in tonight's minutes, but whether it goes back into the minutes for that meeting date would be at the discretion of ultimately the council, and the clerk could affirm whether or not that's consistent with current policy.
So Councilmember Heller, if you'd like to make that motion, we'll see if it grabs a second, and then we can move.
I'd like to move that the comments I just made could be incorporated into the mini minutes of the August 13th meeting.
Okay, so we have a motion by Councilmember Heller. Is there a second?
I'll second for purposes of discussion, so we can have the discussion about it.
Okay, we have a motion by Councilmember Heller to add those comments that were stated, second by Councilmember McPherson, and go ahead with discussion.
Well, personally, since none of the specific comments that any of us made are included in these minutes, it would be rather unusual for one person's comments. And I think if we have a policy, we should follow the policy. So I guess I would not be in favor of adding those specific comments to those minutes.
Okay, and any other comments?
Yeah,
Councilmember Davis, yes.
I tend to agree with Councilmember McPherson. I know that in the past I have asked for specific comments that I made to be included in the minutes, and I asked for that in advance, and I provided the commentary word for word to the clerk in order that there was an accurate transmittal of my words. But I'm not in favor of going back and adding particular expressions of opinion.
Thank you. And so my comment would be that this would set a precedent that would be contrary to the existing policy. However, what you've stated will be captured on the minutes for tonight, and therefore it's a secondary capture. But I would also not support the motion in order to be consistent with the established policy. So with that, any further discussion? If not,
I have
Sure, absolutely.
So if I have something like that, you mentioned Councilman Davis, that you've had written documents incorporated in the meeting that you talk to the city clerk in advance, is that correct? And it becomes incorporated into the minutes, and this happens before the meeting, did I understand you correctly?
That was the path that I followed.
Okay, so is that an acceptable means of getting language into the written minutes?
it is, absolutely.
Okay.
It would be similar, and correct me if I'm wrong, as to public comment, in essence. That would
Okay.
be, written public comment.
Mr. Mayor, if I could, so minutes that are taken for this council meeting or any public meeting, they range from one extreme of, just a pure transcription to the other extreme of just bare bones, and what Morro Bay follows as action minutes, where the action's taken, and then sometimes summaries of major comments are made. If documents were going to be added to the minutes, I think that this should be clarified with the city clerk. Insofar as in the future, I'm not sure if the council wants to add any and all documents that may be submitted ahead of time to the minutes or not. I can't speak to the previous decision made when Councilmember Davis made that request. Perhaps the city clerk could clarify on how that was handled.
And I'm not sure, thank you for that clarification. I'm not sure, Councilmember Davis, if you were referring to possibly an agenda item that you had submitted information in writing for, or were you speaking to actually submitted items that you wanted included in the minutes? Just to clarify.
Yes, they were on agendized items.
On agendized items, okay. So we have a guiding policy, there are action minutes. We've heard from everybody that that's the process that we'll follow and we'll keep unless we amend that policy in the future. With that, we do have a motion and a second. Any further discussion?
Wasn't the city clerk going to comment on Mr. Newmeyer's comments?
She can. I don't know.
I don't know.
Did you have a comment, Dana?
I was just going to clarify that Councilmember Davis had a specific comment I believe he made at the beginning of the meeting during the councilmember comments, and he prefaced it with, "This is for the record," and then he made specific comments that he specified would be included in the record. It wasn't during the agenda item, as I recall.
During the council member report?
Correct.
Right. Okay. All right, roll call vote?
Councilmember Heller?
No.
Councilmember McPherson?
No.
Councilmember Addis?
No.
Councilmember Davis?
No.
And Mayor Heading?
No.
Motion failed.
Okay. So I'll move to approve A1. And
Second.
okay. Motion to approve A1 by Mayor Heading, second by Councilmember Davis. Any discussion? Not, we'll have a roll call vote on that.
Mayor Heading?
Yes.
Councilmember Davis?
Yes.
Councilmember Addis?
Yes.
Councilmember Heller?
Yes.
And Councilmember McPherson?
Yes.
Motion carries 5-0.
Okay, that takes care of.
I move we approve item A5.
Yeah, I'm just going to go there next. Takes care of item A1, and we have a motion to approve item A5.
Second.
And a second by Councilmember Davis. Any discussion on A5? No. Roll call vote?
Councilmember McPherson?
Yes.
Councilmember Davis?
Yes.
Councilmember Addis?
Yes.
Councilmember Heller?
Yes, excuse me.
And Mayor Heading?
Yes.
Motion carries 5-0.
Okay, that brings us to item B, no public hearings tonight, so that moves us to item C1, approval of amendment to contract for Waterworks Engineers LLC for engineering design services for the water reclamation facility, lift station, and off-site pipelines. And I will turn it over to Mr. Livick, Mr. Casares, and team for presentation. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. We're here for item C1, the review of an amendment to a contract with Waterworks Engineers, who is performing the design work for the conveyance systems and lift station for the new WRF. And we're looking for the council to authorize the city manager to execute the amendment to the contract with Waterworks Engineers for design services for the lift station and offsite pipelines. Why is this amendment needed? We've had delays in the project schedule. These delays have caused an increase in Waterworks Engineers' internal project management of about $38,000. And then there's some additional out-of-scope items that we'll go over that add to this contract amendment. We've added a second lift station, a redundant force main, so there'll be 2 force mains that go between the lift stations and the new wharf facility. A trenchless crossing for Willow Camp Creek to avoid the impact to the wetlands area there. We need to replace the Quintana water line for improved fire flow to the new wharf facility. An item that was proposed to be in another design contract was moved to this contract since it will be in the same corridor. The purified water line that goes back to the injection wells. We've added a communications conduit to the project to connect the lift stations to the wharf for the SCADA communications. Also, that will connect the wharf to the city's local area network. We've added a new force main from lift station 2. That's our existing lift station that is currently on the Embarcadero that will, instead of pumping down to where the existing wastewater plant is, it'll pump directly to pump station B, which is the new pump station located next to Limos. And we've added some additional potholing to the project. So the potholing is to reduce the unknowns with construction of the project, so we know exactly where those utility crossings are going to be, and it will reduce delays in change orders in construction. This table here has the estimated cost for each of these design items listed there, and the reason for making those changes. From the highest cost items are the design for the purified water line at $225,000. The additional potholing is another significant item at $106,000. Other items range in the tens of thousands of dollars to the new Quintana water line at about $94,000 of design work. These changes are in line with the adopted fiscal year 1920 budget, which included this anticipated amendment with Waterworks Engineers for $500,000. We estimated the potholing at that time to be $150,000, and pilot well construction, which is the additional geotech work that's added to Waterworks Engineers work that will support the ultimate injection system at $150,000. Again, the recommendation is authorize the city manager to execute this amendment to the contract with Waterworks Engineers for design services for the water reclamation facility, lift station, and offsite pipelines, and we'd be happy to answer questions that you might have. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Livick. Appreciate the presentation, and this is an action item. I will open it up for discussion, questions. Who'd like to start us off? I'll take volunteers. Looking into mine. I have Councilmember Davis. Thank you for starting us off.
Yes, and thank you for providing answers to a lot of questions before tonight's meeting. And I'm not going to ask for those to be answered again. But I do have one question about the cultural resources, that there'll be cultural resource monitoring of drilling activities provided by others, and who would that be?
For doing the cultural resource monitoring. We've yet to select that monitor. There's many qualified archaeologists will be going out for RFP for that, and they'll be coordinating with the local tribes for that monitoring.
Good, that's what I wanted to know. Thank you.
Great, thank you. Bless you. Councilmember McPherson, I see you looking, yes, looking for a chance, yes.
Yeah, and thank you also for getting back to us with answers to questions. But I think for the sake of the public, I'm going to ask just a few of them. I think many of our questions were generated by, is this impacting the contingency on the project overall? And so you were very kind to answer that question. And would you let the public know exactly how this impacts the contingency amounts in all three phases of the project?
Thank you, Councilmember. So Eric Caceres, WRF Program Manager. So yeah, this doesn't necessarily impact the contingencies that are associated with the project. We have specific contingencies that we've identified for construction-related activities. Those are to the tune of approximately $9 million. That's what we started with back in June 2018 with the development of the $126 million budget. We've now used approximately $2 million of that contingency to fund some changes to the water reclamation facility construction project. These items specifically, as Rob had mentioned previously, this is something that we saw coming, obviously, when we made the decision, or when the council made the decision to move and include the potable reuse pipeline as part of this construction contract. That's when we knew that we, at a minimum, were going to have an amendment to Waterworks' contract to include that work, which would have been in another design engineer's scope of work. And so we've been monitoring this, and we've identified over the last couple of budget cycles as we go through on a quarterly basis, and we do a reconciliation of the budget. We had identified about the need for about $500,000 to just cover Waterworks' portion of all these activities that are going on. We also knew that when we came on board last year, we had identified that we needed a good amount of additional potholing. Waterworks was very clear in their original agreement that they had a very small pothole budget associated with the design, and that the assumption was that additional potholing would be added in the future. How that would be paid for, whether it would be done by the program team or be done by them, that was kind of left up in the air. So we knew that we were going to have to do that additional potholing work. And then when we asked them to also take on some additional hydrogeo work, because of some other work that they're doing in that area. Again, we have a budgetary item that kind of overlaps with those activities. So if you look at the magnitude of the budget amendment, which is roughly $692,000, that's going to essentially supplant three budget items that are currently in our budget that total about $800,000. So this is covered under the current
just so the
budget.
public understands, we still are at $126 million as the overall project budget, and we are not dipping into the contingency amounts with this contract extension.
That is correct. So we will continue with the $126 million budget, and we're still tracking about a $7 million construction contingency.
Right. And I appreciate you provided a table I'd asked for showing the contingency on each phase of the project, and that is very helpful. So if you wanted to share any of those numbers do you have that handy to share?
I can take it off the top of my head. So it's roughly $9 million with $2.5 million for the conveyance facilities project. Again, we haven't started construction yet, so we haven't used any of that contingency. We have about $300,000 associated with for contingency of the construction of the monitoring wells. That's 2.7 of the 9, so the remainder would be for the water reclamation facility portion of the project. And again, we've spent about $2 million of that, so that leaves us with an overall construction contingency of about $7 million.
Thank you, thank you. And does this amendment affect the timeline and the schedule in any significant way?
No, to a certain extent, and as Rob started with, I mean, there's really a couple of reasons why we would be considering an amendment at this point in time for the design contract. There's really two issues. One is the delays, and so delays result in additional cost for the design engineer and in terms of just the management of their overall team. And so, as Rob mentioned, that was identified, and that's about $38,000 of this total roughly $692,000 budget. So about 5% is associated with the delays. The remainder has to do with really additional scope items that weren't in the original scope. So this doesn't extend the actual project schedule. It is to a certain extent a result of some of the delays that we've had in the project.
Okay, thank you. And you clarified for me some of the inconsistencies in the number of months that this extension is for. You've cumulatively added the months, is that correct?
That's correct. And the way that the agreement language was written, yeah, it was, it's actually the schedule kind of stands on its own without the narrative. And so we will clean that up in the final version.
All right, thank you. Thank you very much.
That.
Great, thank you. Councilmember Addis, thanks.
Well, I had all my questions answered via email, but somebody asked me if I would please say the questions that I've asked out loud. So you don't need to answer these because you've already answered. But in general, the things I asked about was the purpose of the fiber optic communication. So thank you for weaving that in. I asked about the delays with Vistra and what's going on with Vistra. So thank you for answering that via email. And I asked a lot about the contingency fund and what's happening, and so thank you for clarifying that.
Great, thanks. Councilmember Heller, any questions for you, sir?
I have a few.
Sure.
So, as I understand it, we signed the contract with the engineering firm in November, almost 2 years ago, 2017.
That's correct.
Is that correct? What was used as the original scope of work for that contract? Before you answer that.
Oh, yeah.
I mean, to this point, the city has spent literally millions of dollars on facilities master plans by different consultants, at least $4 or $5 million on all of this. So that, to me, there should be a fairly decent document in place that says, look, that this is what we want. We've got a plant here. We want to build a new plant here. What will it cost to design the piping to move the fluid from here to there and back? I mean, isn't that basically what the project is?
That's correct.
Okay, so what were the documents that were used that this firm bid on 2 years ago?
At the time that they produced their scope of work, there was the facility master plan. But I will note that the environmental document wasn't finalized until last June, or excuse me, even later than that, last August of last year. That document still considered both the west and the east alignment. And while the master plan had identified a general pipeline routes, we hadn't identified kind of the specific route and some of the construction challenges that we had. So there's a number of instances, and the agreement, or excuse me, their original agreement identifies things like the number of trenchless crossings. It's very clear that a singless trenchless crossing was included in that initial scope of work. So now we have several trenchless crossings, so it's easy to see that those were additions. The original scope of work did not anticipate a second pump station. Again, that was something that as the design evolved, we saw that as a benefit in terms of an overall reduction in the cost of the project. So that was something that came into play. Now, it's an overall reduction in the cost because of construction, but there is a slight increase in the design cost, obviously, because we're designing 2 pump stations. So, and then the redundant force main, again, something that didn't necessarily come into focus until we had a lot of information on the flows and the flow ranges, and we sat down and worked with the design builder and said, you know, it does really make a lot of sense to include a redundant force main in terms of the overall operation and long-term operation of the facility. But again, these were not necessarily things that were identified at a master planning level.
Okay, so the thousands of feet of piping that have been added since November of 2017. I mean, thousands of feet. Who made those decisions to add all that piping?
Really, the piping that was added, so there, if we want to talk about just linear feet of pipelines, we can really tie that down to two things. One would be the potable reuse pipeline itself. So the potable reuse pipeline was always something that was in the contract, or excuse me, always something in the project. It just wasn't necessarily in Waterworks' agreement. So if we go back in time a little bit.
I understand you moving that over to this.
That was moved
I understand
over,
this
so
part of the,
those are
that part of the
additional
amendment. The rest I don't understand.
Yeah,
How
we-
about the balance of the piping?
Sure, we doubled the length of essentially the raw wastewater force main because we added a second force main. So rather than having a single large force main, we replaced that with two smaller force mains. Again, that was as a result of some of the design development work and looking and identifying that during periods of low flow, it would be very difficult for the system to
I
operate.
understand that. Thank you. So the original scope of work, after spending millions of dollars on these master plans, did not include any communication conduits from the existing plant to the new plant?
It did not include a fiber conduit connecting all those
Did
facilities.
it include any communication conduit?
I believe the original design concept was to use radio to connect the pump station with the new wastewater facility.
So the management team decided to add fiber optic and these other communication conduits to the project?
Yeah, through the design process, the decision was made to add fiber to
Okay.
the project.
Do you know who made that decision?
I'd have to go back and take a look at who made that final decision.
You have minutes from the meetings that would indicate who made that decision?
We can go back and look and find that.
Okay. In the initial contract, did you not talk about working with public agencies in order to get approvals for the project as part of the scope of work of the engineer?
We did.
So the initial document that you put out to bid was very specific, apparently. One pump station, right? So many crossings, as opposed to saying, go get it from point A to point B.
Correct.
What can you do that for?
Correct.
So the $1.3 million that we awarded the contract for, is that for the conceptual design only?
No, that
Because
was
so far, that's all we've received.
That's for the entire design as well as engineering services during construction. And bidding services, excuse me.
Is there a clause in their contract, the engineer's contract, that says that delays of any kind will authorize them to receive additional funds?
I need to look at the specific contract language.
I mean, I know that's true in contracts with contractors, but I'm not familiar with them for design teams. They're not happy about it, but I think it would be unusual.
Yeah, and as I mentioned, the delays are one thing, but if you look at the overall contract value and based on our team's assessment of what the design engineer is asking for in terms of compensation for the delay in the schedule, it is a very small component of the overall. And we have had a fairly significant delay.
So in a nutshell, what are the major sources of the delays?
The major sources of delays have been the coordination efforts with Vistra and PG&E. So when we approached them, Vistra specifically to access their property, to do the activities that we needed to do to advance the design, we were met with a little bit of resistance, and it took quite a bit of effort in coordination with them to allow them to let our folks get on site to do the work that they needed to do.
Is that still an issue, or has that been resolved?
All of the activities that we need to do to finish out the design portion of the conveyance facilities project have been completed at this time.
And I understand there was a WRFCAC meeting last week. Have we received written comments? Has the council received written comments from the WRFCAC regarding this amendment? I haven't seen them. Has anyone seen them?
You need to ask him.
I don't know the answer.
You
to
haven't
that
seen
question.
any?
No,
I haven't.
we don't have the minutes prepared yet for that meeting. We did incorporate WRFCAP comments into the council staff report and the presentation, clarifying the justification for each of the items, and then explanation on a little bit more of the details during the presentation.
Okay, those are all my questions.
Thank you. Thanks for your presentation. A few questions. Perhaps it's confusing to members of the public who haven't, or our community that haven't followed this through, and even for us at times it gets a little confusing, but just going to try to ask some questions to clarify. One, based upon what Councilmember Heller was speaking to, there was initial facility master plan, and an initial budget was set for this component, which we're calling the conveyance facilities. And that budget was translated into a contract guaranteed not to exceed $1.353 million, correct?
That's correct.
And then I think part of the confusion is that you, as a team, came back to council and we adjusted the budget. Can you just talk about the process? Because in your staff report, when you're talking about the fiscal impact, if you look at the bullet points, for instance, the first bullet point speaks to an additional $500,000 being budgeted, anticipating some of these changes that might occur. They were identified in late 2018, and they were included in a previously revised budget estimate that was developed for the council at the end of the third quarter in fiscal year 18-19 and or the fourth quarter of 18-19. So that 500,000 becomes what we call the adjusted budget.
That's correct.
And then I see additionally in quarter four, another 150 was added for the potholing. That becomes another piece of the adjusted budget, which adds another approximately 600, a total of 650 for those two items. And so there's an original budget with a guarantee not to exceed. However, that gets adjusted based upon what I heard are now three components mainly that you have identified, or three issues. One is the route of the pipeline had not previously been identified in the scope, initially the master plan. Two, there was no secondary pump station at that time. And three, we had not anticipated a redundant force main. Would that be a fair summary of how we got to this point of asking for more money?
I would just offer a little bit of clarification on the first point. I think in general, and this is a little bit of the issue in terms of timing with the design and the environmental document. And so there was still a little bit of uncertainty with the final pipeline alignment because the environmental document hadn't been finalized yet. So obviously both the west and east alignments were still in play, since those were both included in the environmental document. So, and I wasn't here for the negotiation of the original agreement, but the design engineer, there had to be some specifics put into that contract so that they could put a price to doing that work. And so that's kind of the way that the design contracts they have to be done. It's very specific items are done for a very specific amount of money, and if those things change, then that's when it would be appropriate for them to come back and ask for additional funds. So the way that it was set up, you can look in the agreement, and it was very clear there was a single trenchless crossing, and those kinds of elements are what we're looking at.
But they're included in what we're already approving we have already approved as an amended budget.
That's correct. Yeah.
And you're asking for now authorization to execute a contract based upon a budget that exists that doesn't touch the contingency.
Correct.
Because if I heard you correctly, when Councilmember McPherson asked, we have about a $2.45 million contingency. None of that has been expended to date, nor will it with this approval, if it gets approved.
That's correct.
And we'll have a remaining $2.45 million contingency left on just the conveyance facilities.
That's correct. Yeah.
Correct?
So
Okay.
just to clarify, as you mentioned, we came on board last year, and in June 2018, we developed a revised budget. And then every quarter, we go and do a comprehensive reconciliation of the budget. We look at what was expended. We look at things that have changed over the last several months, and we project out any necessary amendments. So back in Q3 of this previous fiscal year, as I mentioned, once the council had identified that the preferred option would be the west alignment, the secondary pump station was going to be included, the redundant force main. That's when we started to look at the budget and start to put money into the budget to cover those different items. So as you mentioned, all of these things are included in the line item budget that was brought to council in Q3 and Q4 of last year.
So the elephant in the room, and I'll ask it, is, or I'll frame it as a question, but maybe the elephant in the room is, and this is the question, are we looking for approval to execute a contract that adds approximately $692,000 to our expenditures because the original scope of work was not written well, or because we are now anticipating opportunities that will actually provide for return on investment, like potholing and a purified water line, et cetera? And I know that's maybe a tough question to answer, but
yeah, I think the two of them you can kind of take off the table in terms of things that were known that needed to be done. They were just being accounted for in a different place. So, for example, the potholing was something that was identified at the time when the agreement was originally developed, that we're probably going to need additional potholing in the future. We're not going to include it in the agreement now, but it's going to have to be done, whether it's done by the program manager, or if a separate potholing contractor is hired directly by the city, or if the design engineer does it. That was something that was identified, and that's not really kind of new information. And I think that the same holds true, obviously, with the potable reuse line. Again, that was something that was always envisioned. It just wasn't necessarily envisioned that Waterworks was going to be designing that. It could have been another design firm that would have been doing the monitoring, or excuse me, the injection well infrastructure.
Okay, and I'll just re-ask the question. Would you consider there would be a significant return on investment for a couple of these additional items, like potholing and the, well, any of the other items? I mean, potholing has an ROI, correct,
I would
potentially
say,
in the future?
Yeah, I would categorize the potholing in the, I would put that over here in the insurance bucket. I think that especially with the inclusion of the potable reuse line and the decision to run all of those lines together in some pretty tight utility corridors, I think it's very prudent that we go through and identify these conflicts now so that we can design around them, and we're not finding those when the contractors is opening up the street, and that would result in schedule delays, potential change orders, and those types of things. So that's more of an insurance. In terms of the return on investment, I think that Waterworks and staff presented this several times earlier on, that the inclusion of a secondary pump station, not only does it reduce the initial capital outlay for the project, but it also reduces the overall energy usage in the future. It reduces the overall size of the pumps, motor sizes of all the pumps that are involved in the operation of that system.
Do we anticipate potentially coming back for an amendment number 2?
We have a very, we're already at the 60% design level at this point in time, and the truth is that Waterworks has been a really good partner in this, and they've done a lot of out-of-scope work that we've asked them to do at risk without a contract amendment in the interest of keeping the project moving forward. So they've been instrumental in helping us work through some of the issues with Vistra. And so, as I mentioned, we now have a 60% level design. We've identified all of the trenchless crossings that we need to do, and I would not anticipate coming back for another amendment on this contract.
And I assume, Mr. Cazares, as project manager, you have diligently reviewed page 228 of the staff report, which, and I appreciate you including that, the detail behind all of the numbers in each of the categories. Are you comfortable with the allocated hours there? Do any of those seem excessive to you? Do those hourly rates, are they consistent with industry? Not being in the industry, for council, I think it's important to know. Have you vetted that, and can you comment on that?
Yeah, their hourly rates are consistent with the original agreement. And then in terms of the number of hours, myself and a colleague in my office spent a lot of time looking at those numbers and working directly with the project manager, Mike Fisher at Waterworks, and his team to find ways to reduce the hours or to ask for additional justification on some of those hour estimates.
Okay, great. And will this affect the rates with regard to the rate study in any way? The end user rates, I'm talking about our community rates.
It will not.
Okay, thank you. That's all the questions I have. With that, I'll open it up for public comment. Any member of the public wishing to come forward on item C1, I have one speaker slip, and then I'll open it up generally. Terry, welcome back. Terry Simons.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, Council. My name is Terry Simons. I'm a resident of Morro Bay. I'm here speaking on item C1. Interesting linguistics. Out of scope. What does out of scope really mean? I've spent 50 years in the construction industry, and as a contractor, when you say out of scope, my ears perk up and I hear that'll be an extra. When I hear that there's going to be $690,000 worth of additional engineering work to add additional facilities to a project, I become very suspicious that that's the tip of an iceberg that you have yet to confront. If the engineering work represents, for argument's sake, 10% of the cost of the project that's being engineered, that means that new engineering is going to generate $6.9 million worth of additional work. I hear that the basis for a lot of this engineering was simplification and economy. And yet, when I read the report and I look at the materials, I see lots of additional items, more lines, more things, a whole new pump station. And maybe that new pump station will, in fact, help with some long-term operational costs, but it's still another whole pump station, another whole backup generator. I've built these things my entire life. I think that where this council is heading, I wouldn't be worried about change order number 2 for the engineering contract. I would be worried about the impacts of this engineering change on the eventual bids for the conveyance system and the budget that you have created for that conveyance. This, unlike the plant, was not a turnkey design-build system. This is a project that's going to go out to bid, and the engineer's estimates for it going out to bid has yet to be developed. It'll be developed based on the drawings that you're producing. There may be estimates, but this has the potential to add, let's say, $7 million to the cost of the conveyance. That's your entire project contingency. I think that you really need to move into this carefully. You need to really grill staff. Maybe grill is not a fair word. I'm sorry, Rob. I didn't mean to make it sound like you're a hamburger on the grill. But let's go into a little depth with staff and really make sure that the big budget, the big picture, the elephant in the room is not this project. The elephant in the room is the conveyance project itself. And we need to make sure that somebody's keeping track of the bigger picture, the big conveyance project, and that what you're engineering now with these changes isn't going to change that budget. Thank you.
Thank you, Terry. Public comment is still open for item C1. Any members of the public wishing to come forward, please do so now. Welcome, Betty.
My name is Betty Winholtz. Thank you for answering a couple of my questions, but I still have a few left that you have not touched. One of those is the item about the wharf CAC last week, and Mr. Livick alluded to that there was reference to that in the staff report, and there is not. So I would like to hear what it is that wharf CAC said about this amendment at their meeting last week. I would also like to hear why the Corolla amendment isn't on the agenda, because they were together on the same item at the wharf CAC meeting last week. So both of those items have not been addressed. And obviously, this is something maybe I've just learned. I thought contingency funds were for construction only. So maybe they're not. And so would someone say, yeah, Betty, you were wrong in that thinking, or yes, you're right? So just a yes or no on that one. I think the kind of items that have been raised about how this project is different today as it was back in 2017 is a good reason why you don't go out to bid before you have the final project, why you don't have 100% design. And I think this council is getting us deeper and deeper into trouble because of that, because you bought the idea from staff that you can permit something before you know what it is. And the comment that was made about Vista, who is our old Dynegy, in case people don't know, and PG&E, you've gotten permission to go on their property and do what you want to do in terms of testing, but do you have your permission to build on their property? Do you have that in hand? And then that goes into my last question, which is about property owners, who you have listed in this document, but you did not talk about the property owners along South Bay Boulevard, on Teresa Drive, underpass of Highway 1. You know, do you have your permits from Caltrans? Do you have your permits from Mr. Mino next door and anybody else that's involved?
Public comments open for item C1. Anybody else from the public? Dan, welcome again.
Thank you, Mayor. My name is Dan Sedley. I live in Morro Bay. I've been listening intently to all the discussions going back and forth and around, and I appreciate all the questions because I have shared many of the questions that have been asked, especially the question that Councilperson McPherson brought up about the contingency funds and how that's affected and what the amounts are, and that helped me to understand that and remove that from my question list because it was discussed so thoroughly. My remaining concerns is listening to Mr. Simons. He's an expert in the field of doing exactly this kind of project. He's a subject matter expert, and he's telling us, okay, this engineering design that's coming forward is not going to. He's listening to Eric, and he's saying, okay, it won't impact our costs and stuff, but what about the actual construction? That is a huge concern that has not been addressed here, and it is part of the total scope. I understand it's not the micro scope that's being presented tonight, but what about that? Because that is the big elephant. That is the big question. What cost does that bring? That's question number one. Question number two is, why is this item being brought forward without specific comment from WRFCAC? They are our Citizens Advisory Committee. Maybe they have met. Why are we not bringing forward their specific recommendations for the ideas of the engineering, neutral to the engineering costs, against the engineering costs? They are our citizen experts on this subject that have been on this project for years. So I'm questioning why this is being forwarded without specific comment from them. Third and last, it was brought up by Eric that we're at 60% design right now in our total project, inclusive of the three aspects, the plant, the conveyance, and well infusion. I'm guessing that's the case. It wasn't stated that it included all three, but I'm guessing that. So that's a question. 60% equals concept, equals design. That wasn't stated. So that's another question of mine. Is it 60% conceptual design, or 60% actual design? Where are we at in terms of getting an actual design for this plant? Why are we guessing as to where things are going when we're still making it up? Thank you.
Thank you, Dan. Appreciate that. Public comment is still open. Any members of the public wishing to come forward on item C1, please do so now. Seeing none, I will close public comment and bring it back to council for discussion. I am game to intrigued by some comments, so I'll take the purview of addressing the issue of the translation of more engineering leading to significantly more work, and ask maybe our project team to address that, and the number that was mentioned, $6.9 or $7 million of additional work potentially based upon this change in engineering. And And maybe I'll just ask our project manager or team to address that and what we might see and what we might expect.
Sure. So the current budget, that's $126 million. Again, that was the budget that was last presented to council at the end of fiscal year 18-19 of $126 million. That budget includes the project as we're currently discussing it. And that project is what's included in the final EIR addendum that we're going to discuss later. We're essentially what we're doing now is we're coming and we're truing up and closing the gap between the project that we currently have in our budget in terms of construction and what we have provided to the design engineer to do the work to deliver that project. And so we are not anticipating any additional construction costs. The project that's been discussed is, again, what's in the 60% design, what's currently in the budget. And so these aren't things that we're asking the design engineer to go off and design so that we understand what the costs of those are. All of those elements, the additional trenchless crossings, the additional pump station, the additional force main, those are all inclusive of our current project budget.
Okay, great. And I'll be game enough to also just ask for a comment on the issue that was raised with regard to WRFCAC input. I know Mr. Leibig generically referenced it, but are there more specifics we should be aware of that, or inputs that we should receive that would impact a decision here? I'm curious to have you speak to that.
So WRFCAC did not make a specific recommendation regarding the project. All the members had some comments regarding the scope from, why extra potholing was a big topic of discussion. Some folks wanted to know where Willow Camp Creek was. Would there be a credit for reducing one of the trenchless crossings? That was explained where that trenchless crossing really was absorbed in the pipe bridge, I believe, and because the pipe bridge wasn't anticipated. Schedule, how did it affect schedule? There was a great discussion regarding the traffic control plan and whether ramp closures would be required, and it was really beyond the scope of that discussion, but I did assure WRFCAC that it'd be something we'd be addressing during the construction phasing. For example, we control when the contractor will work and when they won't work. Not only will we control that, but what we don't control, Caltrans will control, and I've never seen them allow to unnecessary impact the mainline traffic when there are alternative construction hours. There was some question, no, I guess that was related to the EIR.
Vistra permission to build?
Looking at Vistra, that's really when this design was started. It was owned by a different property owner who we had a quite different relationship with in accessing the property to get on there to do preliminary work. This current property owner has a much more rigorous approval process to access their property. They're not quite as casual as Dynergy was. Also want to add that these are professional services contracts, which are really not bids. They are proposals for a specific scope of work. And if you change that scope of work, you need to expect to pay additional fees for that change. It's a time and materials not to exceed for that scope.
Okay.
In summary, that's really the major items that were discussed at WRFCAC based on my notes.
And question about contingency, you've already answered it, but it's not just for construction. You explained the three contingencies or contingencies on the three components of the project.
We have specific contingency that we talk about that's related to construction, as Ms. Winholtz mentioned. We then have budget items that we use to estimate some of the soft costs and things like the amendment. We've got budget items that are in there, but we have actually separate contingency that we identify and track as it's related to construction as well.
Okay, great, thank you. All right, I'll bring it back to council then and open it up for discussion. Any, who'd like to start us off? Anybody? Or?
I had
Davis.
I had one more clarification on the Vistra question, because I think the public comment question was, do we have permission from Vistra to access the property for construction purposes?
No, not yet. We would have to own an easement to do that. We're in the process of negotiating those easements for construction. We have an existing bike path easement there that has a water line in it, but we need additional easement rights to construct the force main and reclaim water line.
Okay. I feel as if all my questions have been answered and to my satisfaction, and I'm ready to go forward with this.
Okay, great. Other
I also have one point of clarification, Mr. Caceres, if you would address the issue that I think Mr. Simons raised, which is that by adding another pump station or lift station, we're adding to the cost. And my recollection when you brought that issue to us is that in fact, one big station would have cost more than the two smaller ones. I just want to clarify that point.
Yeah, that's correct. Thank you for bringing that back up. So back in December of last year, when a number of these concepts, alternative concepts for the conveyance facilities were first brought to WRFCAC and then brought to council, the dual force main question came up, or excuse me, the dual pump station option came up, and the estimated savings in terms of capital cost for the dual pump station option is about $3.2 million. We talked a lot about that. It seems a bit counterintuitive. We're going from one pump station to two pump stations, but we're actually taking one single pretty complicated pump station and simplifying it and getting two more straightforward and easier to construct pump stations.
Yep.
So it's a $3.2 million capital cost savings. Now we've got to invest a little bit for the design work to get there.
Right.
I did want to mention as well, to address one of Mr. Heller's earlier questions, the communication conduit and the inclusion of that in the project was also brought up during that December 17th WRFCAC meeting of last year, and then to council in January and February of 2019.
Yeah, I agree with my colleague as well. I'm ready to move forward on this. I just want to point out that when you start a project of this size and scope and complexity, you don't know everything. And so the process has been one of gradual design and getting closer and closer to actual what we're going to see when we build it. So we understand that. We're paying people to design it, and it is an iterative process. It doesn't happen all at once. So I'm very comfortable with the progress that's being made, and I believe the council has been informed of all of these various things, these changes, as they have occurred, and we've taken action on them, and we understand fully what the costs are. So I'm ready to move forward as well.
Excuse me, Mr. Mayor, I just want to add one more thing regarding many of these options. They were looked at when we were looking at the rates with the Blue Ribbon Commission, and we have to thank them for really pushing forward these revisions that, for example, including the reclaimed water injection line with the conveyance system was, their idea to save costs.
Thank you. Thank you. Councilmember Heller or Addis, any comments, discussion? Yeah. No? Okay, if not, I'll entertain a motion.
Excuse me.
I'm sorry.
I just don't feel like there's any surprises here, and I appreciate staff responding to all the questions. I think it's good. There's a lot of clarifying questions, but I didn't feel broadsided by any of this information. And so therefore, I'm ready to move forward.
Okay, of course, I have some comments.
Sure.
In my experience, and it may be very different from the other professionals in the room, this does not seem normal to me. The projects that I've worked on for many years, the contingency is something you fight tooth and nail to not spend. The contingency is something that is only there if things go wrong. It's not something that as long as you don't exceed that amount, the project is going well. And that seems to be the attitude that the management team has. As long as we don't exceed our $126 million or we don't exceed our contingency amount, everything is fine. We are very early in the spending part of this process, and we are burning through contingencies with no written comments from the WRF-CAC people, who I know Steve, Valerie, and Paul have worked on this for 4 and 5 years and know far more about this project than I do. They know it like the back of their hand. I cannot imagine the council approving this size of a amendment, $691,000, without having written comments from the WRF-CAC, who I have been told half of them didn't even realize there was a meeting last week, and they barely had a quorum, and there were 2 people in the audience. So I don't know if the notification didn't go out or what, but if one of the city's goals, and I think goal number 4 is to improve community engagement and communication with the community, it means you need to honor and respect the citizens' advisory committees, their expertise, the thousands of hours they've put into this and other components of the city. And I think it's just really a disconnect if this council approves this without getting written comments from the WRF-CAC, and I would like to see this postponed to the next meeting until we do have comments, written comments from the WRF-CAC members who have contacted me personally and said, you know, they didn't even know the meeting was happening last week. It was a quick review, no notes were taken. This is not encouraging community engagement. The other thing I want to say is there are millions of dollars, in my opinion, that can be saved from this project with a more aggressive approach from the program management team. I will not consider this a successful project if we finish the thing at $126 million. I will consider it successful if we finish it at 120 or 115 or 110. Where is the target? Is the target just, well, as long as we don't exceed the 126 million, everything is fine? No. These are ratepayer dollars that are being spent. These are decisions being made by the management team to add thousands of feet of scope to the project. Yeah, great, we have a redundant force main. Isn't that wonderful? Maybe that should have been brought to the council. Apparently, the design team is into 60% design drawings 8 months after the conceptual design report was submitted, and they've already started the design. Now we see the amendment 8 months later. Why did it take so long to get this to the council? It sounds like they've probably done a bunch of the work already. I just have a very bad feeling about how the project is being managed, frankly. And I think that as well-intended as this council is and as previous councils have been, you don't really have the kind of management team that I think this project demands. And I think you need the team, and this council needs to fight harder for every dollar of that $126 million. Thank you.
I'm ready to make a motion.
I'm going to make my comments, and so I support the motion. I'm going to, number one, I'm going to appreciate some of the comments that Councilmember Heller made in that I think also that council needs to fight for every dollar in terms of not making an expenditure and determining what the impact of that dollar may well be in the future once it's expended. However, with this item, I take exception to the fact that the management team hasn't been prudent and forthright in bringing forward this information, because if you look at the staff report, we're not seeing this for the first time. This is the third or fourth time, and we've already approved the budget for this based upon information that was brought to us. This is the execution of the contract of a budget that has already been vetted, approved, and each of the individual items have been through the Citizens Advisory Committee previously, and if we don't receive written comments, I have to place my trust in staff that they're bringing forward information that's appropriate from that committee meeting, and including that in comments, and they've been asked 3 times now to give input on that meeting, and I believe they've been forthright in doing that. This item I'm in favor of. I believe that the big question that was asked from the public, and I appreciate Terry asking that, had to do with, the potential for additional construction costs. And what I'm hearing is that because there are increased engineering costs that we're approving tonight, that there's not going to be this huge balloon in construction costs, because we've already anticipated this and included that. And certainly I agree with Councilmember Hiller, is just because you have a budget of $126 million, you don't need to spend $126 million. You want to expend as little of that as possible. And so with that, for this item tonight, I do agree, and I will entertain, with staff report and staff recommendation, and I will entertain a motion.
I would like to move that the City Council authorize the city manager to execute the amendment to the contract with Waterworks Engineers, LLC for engineering design services for the water reclamation facility, lift station, and off-site pipelines.
I second that.
Motion by Councilmember McPherson for staff recommendation, seconded by Councilmember Davis. Any further discussion?
I would also just like to point out that this contract does not eat into contingencies, which you seem to infer, but we are not using any contingency funds on this contract.
Correct. Okay.
May I comment on that, respond to that? I mean, if
You can make a
Councilman
comment.
McPherson? Okay.
Sure, absolutely.
My comment is we're still, this portion of the project, the conveyance system and the recycle portion, the construction cost is based totally on engineers' estimates. That's all I have to say.
Thank you. Roll call vote?
Councilmember McPherson?
Yes.
Councilmember Davis?
Yes.
Councilmember Addis?
Yes.
Councilmember Heller?
No.
Mayor Heading?
Yes. And with that, we will, I'm sorry. I cut you off.
Motion carries 4-1.
Thank you. Thanks for the summary. With that, we'll take a biofluid break for about 5 minutes and be back at 7:45. Thank you. We are back, Morro Bay City Council, and we are on agenda item, business item C-2. This is a receive and file addendum to the certified approved final environmental impact report for the WRF project. And I will turn it over to Mr. Livick and team for their presentation. This again is a receive and file recommendation. Thank you.
And I'm just going to tag right over to Eric, who's going to present this item.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Mayor. Again, thank you for having me here to talk tonight about item C2, which is receive and file the addendum to the certified approved final environmental impact report for the water reclamation facility project. Again, the recommendation here tonight is for you to receive and file the addendum for the final EIR. So I wanted to answer an initial question, which was why is additional environmental analysis required? As you may remember, towards the finalization of the EIR back in the summer of 2018, we received a letter from the Northern Chumash Tribal Council with some concerns over the pipeline alignment that was included in the environmental document in the west alignment because of its impacts to some sensitive cultural resources. This is the timeline up here for the preparation of the environmental document and the finalization of that environmental document, and just wanted to just demonstrate that some of these changes were identified very, very late in the game when the environmental document was already moving down its path. So we presented to a joint commission of the Planning Commission and WRF-CAC the final EIR on July 3rd. We received the letter as a result of that presentation from the Chumash on July 10th. We then met several times with Mr. Collins to discuss his concerns, coordinated with our design engineer, Waterworks engineers who we've been talking about here tonight, to look at the feasibility of rerouting the pipeline to be able to accommodate some of the concerns that the tribe did have. And then we did move down the path of certifying the EIR on August 14th of last year. So this is one of the things that made us take a look and say, do we need to do an addendum to the project? We have had some project changes. So again, why changes to the project? Really the first one and the impetus for this was to protect the cultural resources that were identified in Lila Kaiser Park, again, based on the letter from Mr. Collins back in July of last year. One was to improve the operation of the city's wastewater system, as we mentioned and just earlier discussed. We added a second lift station to the project, and we also added a redundant force main to the project, again, to both reduce overall project costs as well as improve the operation of the system. And then we also wanted to allow flexibility during construction. So by making changes to the project and making the decision to move forward with some additional environmental analysis, we made the decision to identify a number of different construction laydown areas that we may want to look at in the environmental document, which would give us the opportunity to use those when we move into construction. So a summary of some of the changes. So what changes have been made to the project? And I did want to mention that changes of this magnitude are very normal for a project of this size. We made some changes to the northern pipeline alignment, again, routing the pipeline around Lila Kaiser Park rather than through Lila Kaiser Park in Atascadero Road and then in the Caltrans right-of-way, as it has been discussed several times. We also made some changes in the southern pipeline alignment near the water reclamation itself, in terms of elimination of a trenchless crossing in order to save money for the project. We added a second lift station, again, improving operations as well as reducing the overall project costs. Again, adding the multiple construction laydown areas to provide flexibility, and then the addition of the modifications to the jointly owned outfall. That was something that was identified previously as something that was going to be looked at in the program, but was not included in the environmental document, and that was also added to the addendum. This is the figure from the original final EIR that shows the project description. It's essentially a graphic representation of the project description. The other change that should be noted is the decision to move the potable reuse pipeline in the same alignment as the other pipelines, the raw wastewater pipelines and the effluent disposal or brine pipelines. So this shows what the project was back in August of last year. We got a little bit of a problem.
It's going to get Conrad back to give us some assistance, our young student.
Curtis.
Curtis.
Curtis making me look bad.
Curtis, Conrad, it's okay.
Slide 7. Slide 7.
Yep. He's it right through his.
Thank you. There we go, slide 8. So this is the current project, and as you'll see, there's again a number of different changes, and these are described in the EIR addendum in detail in the project description. So again, as mentioned, this project description in the addendum is identical to the project description that is included in was included in the coastal development permit application that went to the Coastal Commission. So again, why were these changes made? I discussed this a little bit previously, but essentially these were the reasons why some of these changes to the project were made. So again, there's about a half dozen changes that I've identified here to discuss, and these were really the reasons why. And as you'll see, it's really cost savings and improving the operation of the facility itself. So the environmental analysis was completed on these items. So this was initiated, this work was initiated earlier this year through an amendment with our environmental consultant, ESA. The environmental analysis looked at about 12 different items: aesthetics, agriculture and forestry resources, air quality, biological resources, cultural resources, geology, soils, and seismicity, greenhouse gases and energy, hazards and hazardous materials, hydrology and water quality, noise and vibration, traffic and transportation. So all of the items that were identified and evaluated in the original EIR were also looked at for these new project components in the addendum. So additional environmental analysis can take a couple of different forms, and I do have Mr. John Rickenbach from the program team here, and he may be able to help clarify some of these things as they relate to some of the CEQA requirements. But there's really 3 levels of additional environmental analysis. So really when we started out and looking at the environmental impacts, we went into this thinking that we were probably looking at an addendum, but we needed to do the environmental analysis to confirm that. So at the lowest level is of additional environmental analysis is an addendum, and that does not need to be circulated. The second level of environmental analysis is a supplemental EIR, and that essentially, per CEQA sections, identifies that there are substantial changes or there's new substantial information, but there's really only minor modifications that are needed to the mitigation measures that have been identified. That is a document that must be circulated for public review. And then we have the final level of additional environmental analysis, which is really the preparation of a subsequent EIR. And really what that means is substantial changes have been identified or new substantial information, and those substantial changes require something more than just minor modifications to the mitigation measures that are identified in the original environmental document. And again, like the supplemental EIR, this must be circulated for public review. So the findings that were made by ESA and reviewed by staff and agreed to by staff from the addendum is that the proposed modifications would not change the impact conclusions of the final EIR, and that the proposed modifications would still meet the same project objectives determined in the final EIR. As analyzed, no new potential significant impacts would occur, and the proposed modifications would not increase the disparity of previously identified impacts analyzed in the final EIR. The proposed modifications to the previously approved project do not meet any of the conditions that would require the preparation of a subsequent EIR or negative declaration. So you may ask yourself, we've discussed this a little bit and the staff report discusses it, is why was the addendum circulated? As if we have an addendum, it doesn't need to be circulated per CEQA. Why did we do that? Projects that receive funding from the SRF program, the Clean Water SRF program, they have specific requirements in terms of circulation for any environmental document that's produced for those projects. And so our staff worked closely, ESA and the program staff worked closely with the folks from SRF. We wanted to make sure that anything that we were doing would not cause us to not be eligible for SRF funding. So they have some specific requirements. The addendum needed to be circulated for a minimum of 2 weeks. We sent copies to the state clearinghouse as well as a local copy to the San Luis Obispo County Clerk's office. So those were there and they could be viewed at that time. We also updated the WRF website and uploaded it to the WRF website. And I will say that so through this circulation process, the ESA was the one that was managing this process and was taking questions on the addendum. Only a single question was raised by the California Department of Fish and Wildlife. That question was answered and their questions were answered to their satisfaction. With that, any questions?
Thank you. Appreciate the presentation. And with that, I'll go ahead and open it up. Who'd like to start us off? Any questions to my left? Councilmember Davis, lead us off. Thank you.
Yes. Thank you for your succinct presentation. To me, the decision point on the document, how you classify the document, revolves around a couple of terms that I find difficult to define, significant and substantial. Is there something in the series, sorry. Is there something in the law that defines those?
John, if you come up and help clarify that question.
John Rickenbach on the program management team. The application of those words isn't defined specifically in the law. The way they're applied typically is when you have new information that results in new impacts that weren't previously known or disclosed, new mitigation measures, modification of mitigation measures that you had put in. So the test for those new pieces of information had to go through the analysis to determine whether any of those conditions existed. The conclusions were that there were no new impacts, no new severity of impacts, no new mitigation measures, no modification of existing ones. Those conclusions led us to conclude that there wasn't substantial new information, which led to the justification for the addendum.
Okay. Thank you very much.
Okay. Councilmember Addis, any questions? No? Okay. Councilmember McPherson.
I just had the one question, and that concerned what would happen if you received comments and what was our obligation to respond to them. And if you could, it sounds like, is the period still open or is it closed already, the 2-week period?
It's really a pretty loose process, as I mentioned. It's not even something that's required by CEQA that we circulated. It was really, I don't want to call it a formality, but it's something that we did that. We don't have any problem sharing the addendum, obviously, but it was really something that we specifically did, and we paid very close attention to how we did that, really just to make sure that we didn't upset anybody from the state in terms of the SRF program and doing anything to jeopardize that.
Okay, so there is no, if you had received comments, you would just respond to them, basically, or?
Yeah, we are currently going through consultation with a number of different stakeholder groups like U.S. Fish and Wildlife and California Department of Fish and Wildlife, and so that's the reason why ESA had reached out, and we specifically answered that question. It was actually just pointed them right back to the coastal development permit and some of the conditions in there which answered their question.
Okay, thank you.
Councilmember McPherson, on that point, if I could just add, the actual CEQA regulations, it's the regulation 15164, it provides in there that an addendum need not be circulated for public review, but can be included in or attached to the final EIR or adopted negative declaration. And so what the program manager was referring to was that we had unique special request from the SRF to do a limited public review, but state law does not in general require that for an addendum.
Okay, thank you.
Great. Councilmember Heller? No question. Okay. And the only question I had, I think I heard it and read it in the report, but I just want to be sure. When we went to Coastal Commission for the CDP, this had been reviewed prior and staff had seen this and
That's correct. So we provided the Coastal Commission with the project description as it currently sits in this document. So they knew exactly. So the project, again, as I mentioned earlier, the project that they acted on and the project that we're now discussing and is memorialized in this document are one and the same.
Okay, great. With that, I'll open up public comment on item C2. Any members of the public wishing to come forward and give public comment on C2, please do so now. I don't have any speaker slips. Terry, welcome back.
Hi. I thought I did turn in a speaker slip. Terry Simons, Morro Bay, speaking to item C2.
Apologize for my lack of keeping up with everything that's going on in this project. I've been otherwise occupied. My recollection is that the trenchless boring under 101 off from Quintana to the approximate location of the retirement or convalescent hospital was done to avoid the impossibly mitigated undercrossing trenching and the closure of that and Caltrans' reluctance to do that. Has that been resolved? Has Caltrans issued a permit to basically close that underpass during the time that trenching is going to have to happen under there? Just a question. And secondly, my recollection is that we had to rush the original EIR in order to qualify a cutoff date for WIFIA financing, and now it looks like we're also looking at EIR requirements for state revolving fund. What is the status of our funding? Do we have money yet? Thank you.
Thank you, Terry. Public comment is still open. Any members of the public wishing to come forward, please do so now. Welcome back, Betty.
My name is Betty Winholtz, and as I said in my email to you earlier, I encourage you to not receive this report and therefore do not file it. For an addendum to be legitimately used, none of the circumstances laid out in Public Resources Code 15162 as calling for a subsequent EIR must apply. These circumstances include substantial changes in the project or its circumstances since the previous EIR was completed. The emergence of significant impacts not previously discussed in the original EIR, information indicating that impacts previously analyzed would be significantly more severe than it was during the original time. And I beg to differ that there have been significant environmental changes. You know, the route going up Quintana definitely affects business and transportation, one of the issues in the EIR. And that was not addressed earlier, and it still hasn't actually been addressed. As well as the other example was the fact that you're building the physical plant so close to the Blue Line Creek that runs next to the property that you're intending to annex, and yet you're also showing that you're going to impact that creek, and that creek's not even on Tri-W's property. It's on the neighbor's property, the Minos, and that my understanding is you haven't even spoken to them. So in any significant way where there's been a coming together of the minds. So I don't believe that this is an acceptable addendum and that other things need to happen. And of course, my other big complaint, as I expressed to you, was how this came to be. That, and that this is a weird comment that was made a minute ago, that somehow Coastal knew about the addendum back in July when it wasn't issued until August 14th. And on August 14th, it was sent to the two places that was mentioned, to the state place and to the county, but was never posted on the city website, even though they knew that the state revolving fund wanted you to make it available to the public. So that's not transparency. And in fact, it wasn't even brought up until I mentioned it at city council, and they said, okay, you guys said direct staff, post it the next day. Next day was the closing day for review. So to me, this was not a revealing process. This was not a place where you were trying to involve the public or other agencies. It's very discouraging to know that this is the kind of information that you're, and activity that you're getting from your consultants. So I do not believe that it's normal that major changes happen at this point in the project. These are things that should have been done, again, before you even bring a project to us to get a permit or whatever. So it's very frustrating from this side of the podium.
Thank you, Betty. Public comment is still open. Any members of the public wishing to come forward on item C2, please do so now. Seeing none, I will close public comment, bring it back to council. This is a receive and file. I will just ask for a couple of responses because they were I think, good questions. One, with regard to the Caltrans permit on Highway 1 that Mr. Simons referred to, if you could just comment on that. And then, Terry, sorry you're behind on funding. We've talked about it a number of times, but if you could just give a very brief report back for Terry's benefit, that'd be great.
Sure. So I can address first the Caltrans enclosure, and I can't address necessarily why the decision to go with the trenchless crossing under Highway 1 was done rather than open cut underneath the freeway. I think it comes down to two things. One was the ability for Caltrans to allow that to happen, and number two was the technical feasibility to allow that to happen. And so once we started to look at the as-built drawings for that overpass and looked at our trench section, we identified from a technical standpoint that it looked like we could do trenchless construction, or excuse me, we could do conventional construction underneath that overpass. We presented that to Caltrans and discussed that with our local Caltrans representative, and that was something that they were open to. And so that's what allowed us to say, okay, well, we can save cost to the project if we avoid that trenchless crossing. That trenchless crossing was not without its own set of challenges because of some of the infrastructure there in Highway 1 with the culvert that had some previous issues, and then with Teresa Road that has a number of utilities. So that was more of a technical infeasibility that through further analysis and meeting with Caltrans, we identified that we could do that, and that's why we made the change to the project. In terms of funding, we're looking to finalize a funding agreement with WIFIA here in the next month. We're getting very close to finishing all of our environmental, finishing the environmental checklist and finalizing the terms of that loan. And again, WIFIA will be funding the project about 49% of the total project cost. We were identified by the Clean Water State Revolving Fund in their intended use plan back in back in June, as a project that would be funded, or that was eligible for funding, in the coming fiscal year. There was a component of that that was low interest loans to the tune of about 1.5%, as well as $5 million in grants that was identified. We are working with SRF currently to finalize the environmental checklist here in the next month. That will allow us to start construction, and it'll probably take another 6 months or so to finalize the loan agreement with the folks at the state.
And then I do take comments from any member of the public regarding transparency very personally. And so if you could just respond to Ms. Winholtz's accusations about transparency, specifically addressing the fact that quote-unquote Coastal knew about it. And I asked the question, basically, was the information presented to Coastal? And also the other issue with regard to Blue Line Creek impacts and the posting requirements that you very eloquently, I know, went over, but and Chris spoke to the law, but could you just briefly summarize the fact that we were transparent, at least in my opinion we were, and could you help validate that?
Yeah, we started working very closely with Coastal staff back in probably December, January of last year, and developed the project description for the addendum. The addendum process was fairly lengthy because one of the things that was identified, one, by some of these changes, and two, by some questions from some of the funding agencies, is we did go back and do a subsequent biological assessment to answer a number of questions that the funding agencies had, and then also to look at some of the jurisdictional or potential jurisdictional waterways that the project could impact. Specifically for the Blue Line Creek that was mentioned previously. We have done a lot of work in looking at that Blue Line Creek, and our biological consultant, Kevin Merck, did a lot of work on that. We have been working specifically with the regional board and with the U.S. Army Corps of Engineers and they have made the determination that the activities that we are doing are not triggering a Section 404 or consultation with them, and then subsequently not a Section 401 consultation with the regional board. So that Blue Line Creek has been on our radar. We did additional biological work around that and wetland delineation work to be able to show the Army Corps that we weren't going to be impacting that creek.
Okay, thank you for that. This is a receive and file. I'll open up any final comments from members of the council. I'll just open it up. Any final comments?
Receive and file.
I'm ready
I'm
to
just
go.
wondering if you have any final comments.
I have a couple of final comments.
I thought you might.
I thought I might, right? What a
Yeah.
surprise.
Well, no.
So,
I
it's my
thought maybe a couple
suggestion
people might, but go ahead.
My suggestion to the council not file and receive this, and for the following reasons. The CEQA Act has been around for a long time, and its intent, of course, is to protect the environment. And over the years, it has evolved into agencies like this city and most cities and public agencies in hiring consultants to develop environmental impact reports. These reports are then reviewed and commented on by multiple agencies who are paid with tax dollars. Some revisions are made as necessary. Basically, in my opinion, in my experience, the reports are finalized just to the bare point of avoiding litigation. General public does have comments that come in, but pretty much everyone else is getting paid. And in this case, the comments of the general public have largely been ignored, particularly with respect to impacts on the businesses along the piping route, and particularly with the fact that the estuary is less than a half-mile downhill from this facility. And for this to go forward and this to be approved is basically the city, the council saying, that's okay. That's okay. That this is where we locate the plant. That's okay if our businesses on Quintana suffer and maybe go out of business. That's okay. I ask that we not file or receive this.
Any other comments? If not, I'll move that we receive and file.
Second.
Further discussion? Not, roll call vote.
Mayor Heading?
Yes.
Councilmember Davis?
Yes.
Councilmember Addis?
Yes.
Councilmember Heller?
No.
Councilmember McPherson?
Yes.
Motion carries 4-1.
Thank you. That brings us to item C-3. This is the report on 2019-2020 city goals and action items, status update, and consideration of short-term vacation rental policy development. I'm emphasizing development process. And with that, I will turn it over to Mr. Collins for his presentation. Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor, council members, community members. Scott Collins, City Manager, and I'm here to give a brief update on the city goals and action items, progress report, and then a status report on vacation rental policy development and recommendations for a process moving forward to bring that to fruition, and then consideration of a new policy regarding adding new action items to the city goals in mid-process. So the City Council adopted the goals and action items back in May 2019, and they largely are carryovers from 2018 and previously before that. Number one priority is to achieve economic and fiscal sustainability. The second is to improve infrastructure and public spaces. The next is to complete the update of the significant city land use plans and address affordable housing issues. And last, to improve communication and community engagement. And just to note, 2, 3, and 4 were all sort of mixed together and in equal status. The economic and financial sustainability or fiscal sustainability was identified as the top priority. The goals process, the goals and action items, again, were adopted by council in May of 2019, and those carry forward all the way through calendar year 2020. 26 action items were identified. Some were carryovers from the previous year. And staff committed to providing quarterly updates to City Council. Sorry, this is so small. So I'm just going to go quickly through those 26 action items to give an update on where we're at. So far, we have provided and completed 3 action items. The first was to review revenue enhancement options. We've had several items brought back to council to consider and narrowed those down to a few select items, and are proceeding through an opinion research process to gauge the community's interest in what their values are in terms of service levels and how we address the deficit that's going to grow from $500,000 this year up to $1.8 million within 10 years. The next was Ombudsman service contract with the Chamber. This was a cost-effective way of providing some additional resources to bolster the city's local economy, both the existing businesses and to attract new business development into the city in a way that conforms with our community character. City Council approved the contract with the Chamber in 2019, June 2019, and we've begun that work in earnest, working with the CEO of Chamber as well as board members and businesses to help not only support those existing businesses as they sort of prepare for potential recession, but also what we can do to engender ourselves to bring development from within this county and outside, and how we position ourselves as a place to do business. Next was the consideration of vacation rentals and RVs into the T-bid, and council took action just last meeting to bring vacation rentals into the T-bid at a 3% assessment rate equal to hotels, and deferred on RVs as well as some other issues surrounding restaurants and retailers. So we have a number of items that are sort of in midstream, if you will. The fee study, which will come back to City Council following input with the community and user groups. That should be coming back either later this month or in October. The waterfront lease management policy review, that has been through an ad hoc committee, continues forward with former interim city manager Marty Lamelli's providing free services to help facilitate, along with Eric Endersby and several stakeholders interested in the waterfront, making sure we have a balanced perspective that would go to HAB and then to City Council for review probably later this year. Reviewing the CalPERS liability and other post-employment liabilities. Council did a initial review this year already, and they've asked for a targeted analysis of ways to pay down some of the liabilities surrounding our PEPRA employees. And we'll bring that back later this year. Complete the general plan, local coastal plan, and zoning code update. This has been going on for quite some time, as everyone knows. We are working through diligently with the coastal staff, as anything that we pass here must pass there. Over 300 comments have been submitted back and forth, many of them taking weeks to address because coastal staff are also working on many of these for other communities and other issues, but we are getting closer to completing that review, and the zoning code is part of that. We were concerned that the zoning code would sort of be put to the side and addressed at a later time, but they have picked that up, which is good news. We hope to bring that back either later this year or early 2020 after they're completed and they'll go to Planning Commission. WARF implementation, we've heard a few of these items tonight, including the addendum. Next up would be the purchase agreement with the Tri-W folks, loan agreement with WIFIA, and so long as those things occur, begin construction sometime in October of 2019. Partnership policy review, that will be part of the fee study. Local labor consideration for the wharf, council's heard that, and we do need to do some additional work to ensure that there are local hire provisions in the bid documents for the conveyance system and the injection well system. SLO County regional effort on affordable housing. The city managers group has been meeting monthly to address this and other issues, and the county has taken lead in some respects in addressing the RENA numbers and the fact that our county will be asked to take on 10,000 new units in the next round of housing elements, and we all will struggle to meet that, and how do we do that and also encourage affordable housing development at the same time. So we will be bringing an item as a study session item in October of this year for council. Next up are items that have additional work to do or are sort of on the sidelines. Market Street Plaza, we're reviewing interested firms' proposals. Offshore wind development is slowly but steadily moving through the federal process. The Navy and Department of Defense issues are hopefully mitigatable, thanks to the good work of our mayor and our council member Davis, who are working diligently with our local leaders, including Congressman Carbajal, to help break the logjam in Washington to push this forward. We're hoping that we can have some resolution early next year, but that is ongoing. The permit process review and improvements, this was one of the items that were identified for the ombudsman or the chamber contract. This item will probably be taken up next year. We need to get through some of these other major projects because the planning department would be one of the key players on that, and they're currently maxed out. Implement One Water CIP projects. We have committed to completing pre-design and environmental work on the 3 major projects. There's 2 wastewater line projects and 1 water project that have been identified for completion within the next 5 years. Parking management plan, this was one of the discussions in the revenue enhancement option a couple months ago. It was determined that parking probably shouldn't be viewed as a moneymaker so much as how to use kind of the economies of parking to help encourage business vitality, but in such a way that you don't scare off your consumers, and doing that, not looking at it as a way to make money for the city, but a way to encourage economic vitality. So we still will be bringing that forward, but it's sort of behind a number of other projects this time. The Morro Bay Aquarium, there is a council subcommittee that's working on this. We do expect to have another report back from the CEO of Central Coast Aquarium next month. Consider adult use cannabis retailing. This will be a discussion probably after permits have been issued to the 2 licensees for medical cannabis sometime later this year. High-speed internet, probably next year. Again, just the availability of staff time to really get to that. The short-term vacation rental policy revision, of course, will be discussed later in this presentation. Outreach on opportunity sites in Morro Bay, that's sort of an ongoing thing. Grant opportunities for the winter shelter, we did not succeed, at least in the initial phase of the HEAP grant funding from the state. It's pretty uncommon that the state would provide a significant pot of money with really no strings attached other than trying to execute in a timeline of 2021. The South County is struggling with bringing their projects to fruition, so there may be hope that if those projects don't move forward, we may be able to kind of reinvigorate the project to do a temporary emergency shelter here at the Vets Hall. So that's an ongoing discussion with the county. Co-working space in Morro Bay, again, that's a future opportunity once we get through some of the other projects. The grant for the boatyard feasibility study, still working on that, and then coordination with nonprofits and community groups is ongoing through the fee study. Which brings us, and I don't know if there's any, want to stop there and answer any questions on that or just keep going? Keep going, great. Okay, so the short-term vacation rental policy provided a pretty good summary in the staff report. I don't know if I need to reiterate that here other than to say that the city has been looking at vacation rental issues for quite some time. There was a urgency ordinance put in place in 2016, which in essence put a 24-month moratorium on new vacation rental licenses at 250. That was extended last year. City Council formed a subcommittee to do outreach. I'm really narrowing this down, but in the interest of saving time for council discussion. But ultimately, there was a subcommittee of council that do outreach, kind of took what had already gone to Planning Commission. There was a community forum that was held, a lot of informal discussions with the subcommittee that included at the time Mayor Heading and Councilmember McPherson. One such forum, I think about 120 people showed up and provided a good list of options to consider, not necessarily consensus forming, but kind of outlining of the major issues. At that time, staff was working pretty closely and continued to, of course, on the Coastal Commission on the General Plan Local Coastal Program. And the decision was made to take the vacation rental policy out of that to ensure that the GP LCP had smooth sailing and then pick up the vacation rental policy after completion. But as we know, that process is taking longer than anticipated. And as council identified in the last council meeting, it's high time to pick it up. The issue that we face, of course, is that, as I showed in the previous slides, we have a number of projects we're also doing at the same time. A lot of those projects hitting the same department, either planning department or my office. So we were asked to come back to City Council with options to bring the vacation rental to the top of the priority pile, if you will, an expeditious way to deliver policy recommendations to the Planning Commission and to council that would also have high success, potential success through the Coastal Commission. In the meantime, we've also learned from other communities like Pismo Beach that there are models potentially to be used, and maybe the caps and buffer zones aren't necessarily the preferred model by the Coastal Commission staff, but that the Coastal Commission themselves, the commissioners, are looking for communities to come to consensus and potentially support that, regardless of the methodology, if you will, to derive how many will be operating. But they do have interest in providing low-cost accommodations, and vacation rentals are perceived to be those by the Coastal Commission. So that is just something we always have to keep in the back of our minds. So what city staff were considering, though, as only one option, was to use a contract with LCW, who are helping us with some other projects, to provide facilitation and code writing support to the city to complete a process that would either be a commission or an ad hoc team or a series of facilitated community forums, whatever process or whatever method would make sense, but just, again, to get some community consensus in several months and then bring back a code that is completely written for Planning Commission review and City Council review either by the end of the year or early next year. One of the key issues and constraints, obviously, is staff time, and using a consultant I know is not popular, and the costs, aren't insignificant. We roughly estimated to have several forums and to lead either a Blue Ribbon Commission or an ad hoc team with them as a facilitator and ultimately the code writer in the ballpark of $15,000 to $25,000, and understand that that's a bitter pill to swallow in some respects. So we are, as staff, just in the interest of bringing something forward, that was one option that we came up with, but certainly this is council's prerogative. This was council's direction to have a discussion as quickly as possible about how to move this important item forward in the community. So that is that item. And then last, we did want to make sure that council was aware that, and the community is aware that we are working hard towards achieving the important community goals. But we are also kind of taking on new items as we go, which is making it hard to maintain the commitments already made for 2019, 2020, and are seeking support or direction to add an item to the subcommittee that's looking at city council policies and advisory body policies, to include something along the lines of a policy that would say that, if you're going to add new items mid-cycle, that you would find a similar impacting item on the existing work plan or action item plan, and put that on the sideline or remove that entirely to make room, because we want to continue to bring things forward and get things done. And if we keep adding items without taking things away, we don't find that that's a sustainable path. So again, the recommendations are to receive the status update on our goals progress, to consider either council policy ad hoc committee that would help oversee the development of a short-term vacation rental policy that would have really good engagement with the community and ultimately lead to a consensus that could be supported by the Coastal Commission, and also to have consideration of this other potential council policy around adding new items to the work plan midstream. So happy to answer any questions that council has.
Great. Thank you, Mr. Collins, for that. What I'd like to do, council, is to take items 1 and 2 together. And if you have questions with regard to that, specifically have staff address those questions. I'll open that up for public comment and then bring it back for a recommendation. And then I'd like to separate item 3 because I think it'll be a different discussion that's worth separating. And then I will reopen public comment on that specific item as well. So we'll cover it that way. So let's go ahead and begin. Any questions for staff regarding the status report on the goals and the issue of potentially adding tasks to City Council review by the subcommittee? And who'd like to start it off with questions?
Okay.
Jeff, thanks.
So Mr. City Manager, so who is on the Council Policy Review Subcommittee?
Great question. Last week we had two.
Myself and Councilmember McPherson.
There was two committees
Right here.
created.
Yes, we are.
You two?
At the last meeting, yeah.
Okay.
Sorry about that.
It's us.
Okay. So if we could accomplish this goal, let me back up a minute. So there are 300 comments from the Coastal Commission on what, the GP and the LCP that we've submitted without the housing element, is that right? Or
So we've had quite a bit of back and forth with coastal staff on both the, largely on the general plan local coastal program, and we're finished with that. And so we're ready to start, I'm working on some additional contracts with the sub-consultants, because we moved on from Michael Baker. But as soon as I'm finished with that, which will probably maybe at the end of this week, then we'll be moving forward with the update based on all the comments received from the public, General Plan Advisory Committee, Planning Commission, Coastal Commission, and we're moving forward with that. As City Manager Collins indicated, we did surprisingly receive pretty fast turnaround on comments on the zoning code. They gave it back to us in like less than a month. And so we have that now, and we'll be handing that back over to our consultant, which is Lisa Wise Consulting, who will be working on updating that now too. So we are ready to move forward, and charging forward back on the track of getting the general plan and LCP adopted. So.
Okay. 300 comments.
And the housing element, and the housing element is a separate process. We just closed an RFP for a consultant, and we'll be moving forward with PlaceWorks, who is also the consultant that's doing GPLCB part of the update as well, and the one that did the same person, only under a different consulting firm, Amy Sinsheimer, will be doing the work on the housing element update.
Okay, so, and the housing element has to be reviewed every year? Is that right or no?
We were in the 5-year cycle. We're moving to an 8-year cycle. This is the, so as is the remainder of the county, maybe with the exception of Pismo Beach. But we'll be moving on.
So it's every 5 years?
It was every 5 years. Now we're moving to every 8 to give us a little more time. Yeah.
Okay. And the other question I have for our city manager is, would you be open to a citizen-based initiative that basically would cost no consultant money, no staff money, no money of any kind except the city donates space that you own and operate for a group, an ad hoc committee, to meet as long as necessary with no fees paid to facilitators, because I think we have facilitators in the community who are willing to do it at no cost. We have an enormous amount of information that we've collected, obviously, the existing ordinance in other cities. Would you be open to taking an approach like that, possibly, to put this together?
Absolutely.
Okay.
So, yeah, good. Okay. That's a great question. I was just trying to separate item 1 and 2 from 3, but that's okay.
One more question. What do you do in your spare time? I mean, let's be real here. Your feet are obviously not up on the desk.
I have plenty of free time on Saturday and Sunday. Thanks for asking.
You've got an amazing amount of stuff on your plate, and I acknowledge that, so thank you.
So thanks, appreciate that. So again, questions on item 1 and 2 with regard to the recommendation, the goals report, and any questions regarding adding tasks to the council policy review subcommittee? No questions
on those.
Okay. No questions here. I just had one question, and that is for Mr. Endersby. What is the reality that realistically we will ever see anything, and I don't really mean this flippantly at all, with regard to the boat haul-out initiative that seems to go on and on and on through no fault of your own? I'm not pointing fingers at you. Is that one we even are going to really hear anything substantive about in the future, is my question.
Well, thank you, and I appreciate the caveat there.
Yeah.
So the ad hoc committee, with their membership, are working pretty diligently on trying to secure some grants. They're pursuing a number of different avenues to look for some grants to do some financial feasibility study work with. They're meeting, I want to see, either next week or the week after. And they're working at it. They understand that we're not going to be throwing money at it, and it's going to take them and the committee and to scare up some funding to make something happen. So I suspect over the next month or two, they'll probably pursue whatever they can find and run down every lead they can and bring their findings to the HAB, and we'll decide what to do with it, if anything. So if they find something, just depending on what the grant line is and, federal, state, and where it is and how complicated it is, that'll kind of guide us on where we go with it. So yeah, if I was a betting man, I'd not put the odds very high, but there's potential there, and they're working on it, and it's not costing any real staff time, so.
Yeah, and that was my concern. If there was a lot of staff.
They're doing it. I'm just watching them go.
Perfect. Good. That was my only question.
Okay.
With that, I will open up public comment with regard to any input on the status report for our goals, and then secondarily the tasks of the council subcommittee, and then I'll open it up again for the vacation rental issue when we talk about that next. So, Betty, come forward, please. Welcome.
Thank you, Betty Winholtz. I'd just like for the city manager to clarify, I thought I heard him say that the city was responsible for 10,000 housing units, and did he mean county, or I don't think we would be responsible for 10,000
Yeah,
units.
good question, Nathan.
Great question. Yeah, so the city managers in the county are meeting and been discussing. The county's leading on the RENA numbers that are countywide 10,000. The number of units for Morro Bay are probably in the 300 to 400 range.
361, I think, over 8 years.
But I think the important piece of that is that we're all going to struggle to meet those numbers, and all coastal communities in California are going to struggle to meet the RENA numbers. The state is, the governor said we're in a deficit of, anywhere between 2 to 3 million units. So the challenges are immense, and the state is considering pretty drastic actions to sort of force the hands of the cities, including, by right zoning and stripping cities' ability to charge fees for development to induce local government decision-making that they would find more amenable to their goals. I mean, both sides are struggling, obviously. We do have a deficit, but that is going to be an important discussion, and affordable housing is just one piece of that. Yeah.
Thank you. Public comment is still open for those first two items. Terry, come forward, please. Welcome.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Terry Simon speaking as to item C3, subsection 1 and 2. I would like to reserve time if it's not going to be calculated separately for item 3. A couple things. Didn't hear anything about an ad hoc committee on the haul out. I never got a notice. That's been a long, ongoing interest of mine. In fact, I've discussed this before the council before, and I had meetings with Eric numerous times over the last several years. I'd like to get on that committee if there's a seat available. Since it doesn't pay anything or cost anything, I don't know why I couldn't be on it, so let me know. I am astounded and amazed at the length of projects that the city manager has just described that he and his staff are working on. I'm particularly concerned about the way in which they're presented. There seemed to be a lack of triage in those projects, and I realize that that's just an organizational thing, but clearly, it's as the policymakers for this community, I think it's incumbent upon your group to help the city manager triage these things and focus and get some of the nickel-dime items off his desk and focus on those that are the most critical. I'll have more to say on vacation rentals in a moment. Thank you.
Thanks, Terry. Public comment is still open on the first two items of this agenda item. Any members of the public wishing to address those, please come forward now. Looking around and waiting, seeing none, I will close public comment on those items. I will reopen it in just a moment on the VR issue and bring it back to council for any discussion or direction. And again, it's a receive and file for the action, goals and action report, and then the consideration of adding a task to the subcommittee to look at developing a policy to require removal or delay of a council-approved action item. So, comments?
Go ahead, Rose.
I just want to thank you for the update. We really appreciate it, and it shows that we are making progress and we're working on all of the goals and objectives that we set out, or most of them at least, and you have plans to address them. So first, thank you. And then second of all, I certainly would support having our policy subcommittee look at that as a potential policy and bringing it back as part of our review. So those are my comments.
Great, thank you.
Yeah, so we're still talking about 1 and 2 here.
1 and 2 only,
Yeah,
yes.
so,
I'll just
I mean, in my
separate
mind, if we have lots of policies, do we need another policy? My thoughts are, if we can find another way to accomplish this without changing policy, it's less work for you. So maybe there's a way to do it without changing policy.
Okay, got it. To my left.
I was happy to hear Councilmember McPherson volunteer to take up task number 2 because I would like for you to do that.
Yeah, that includes me. Thank you very much. I appreciate that. Yeah.
I missed it.
Yeah.
Councilmember Addis.
I very much appreciate this update. I found it very helpful, and I'm supportive of the subcommittee looking at developing a policy. I do have a little bit concern about being hamstringed into not being nimble or not being able to bring things forward that need to be brought forward out of fear that we're going to have to drop something else. And so I would just want to give that input to the subcommittee. And ultimately, I will say I agree with the public comment that we need to help staff kind of wrap their arms around the momentous things that there are to do, and I think it's a funding issue. I don't think it's a staff incapacity or staff's lack of ability to know how to prioritize. I think it's a funding issue of not having a deputy city manager and of having cut close to 10 positions over the last however many years due to the budget issues. And so to me, I think it's great to have a policy, but I think we really are going to need to focus on increasing revenue so that we can get needed staff back.
Thank you for those comments, and I agree with the majority of all the comments and the public comment that was made in that regards. Prioritizing and making sure that the focus is on the important items. I also would support a very limited policy by the subcommittee that could address the issue that was raised here. And so with that, it sounds like we have consensus for receiving this report, filing it, and then, Mr. City Attorney, do we need a specific motion to add this item to the subcommittee? Or do we need to?
The council could just provide direction through a simple motion to consider this task.
Okay. Sounds like you were going to make that motion. I think you started to. All right.
Okay, I move that we add consideration of a policy requiring removal delay of an approved action item prior to adding a new action item to the council's policy review subcommittee.
Second.
So a motion for recommendation number 2 by Councilmember McPherson, second by Councilmember Davis. Any further discussion? Not, roll call vote?
Councilmember McPherson?
Yes.
Councilmember Davis?
Yes.
Councilmember Addis?
Yes.
Councilmember Heller?
No.
And Mayor Heading?
Yes.
Motion carries 4-1.
Okay, thank you. And now we'll move to item 3 on the staff report with regard to recommendations and discussion concerning short-term vacation rentals. I'll open up to council for questions first, and then I will reopen public comment, wanting to hear again from the public on this important item. So with that, who would like to start us off on? Councilmember Davis, was that a hand or?
Sure.
Was that
yeah.
like a tremor? No, a hand. Okay. Well, you know, it was a little movement. I was trying to catch what it was. Look, that was good. Okay. My apologies. I'm trying to lighten it up this late at night.
Yes. Mr. City Manager, in your staff report, you refer to a specific consultant, Lisa Weiss Consulting, to help out with the VRO. Could you explain to us a little bit why you recommend that person or that firm?
Somebody that our planning department has good faith in, and somebody who has experience in planning and facilitation. So again, it was a expeditious way to bring this conversation back to council. Having somebody who has facilitation skills and can write the code is a hard thing to find. And so that was sort of the rationale for that option. Of course, it comes with a cost, and that's the part we don't like. So there are other models to get to that same answer. It's just that she has the professionalism, the facilitation skills, and she can write the code. But as has been identified by Councilmember Heller and others, there are plenty of sort of templates out there, if you will, on a lot of the major issues related to the vacation rental policies.
And does her firm have any specific expertise as regards the city of Morro Bay?
So Lisa Wise Consulting is the sub-consultant, currently, will be the consultant, that is taking on the zoning code update, specifically Martha Miller, and she's written several vacation rental, short-term rental ordinances, and she wrote the draft one that we have on our website right now, which is why we thought to talk to her, since she's probably the most familiar with us and our policies and the recent input that we've had on short-term rentals. So that's why we met with her.
Thank you. And I would like to say that I didn't know that, but I wanted to make sure that it was widely disseminated to our audience.
Good. Thank you. Councilmember Addis, thank you.
Yeah, I know you've answered this before, but what is Coastal's timeline on looking at our vacation rental ordinance? Should we move forward with a process now? Like, could we be done in a few months and then they don't look at it for a couple of years?
If it was just the vacation rental ordinance, and say we were to do some process and get done by the end of the year, or January, February next year, we send it off to certification. Grover Beach's item is went before the commission today for their vacation rental ordinance. They submitted it about 3 months ago, I believe. And I'll be, I think I'll be on Thursday speaking with their community development director to see how everything went. But that allowed coastal staff to speak with, Grover Beach's staff and to work through some of the issues that they identified and to come up with something that the Coastal Commission was willing to support. So it can be that simple. I'll be curious to see how it went, or whether there were folks that showed up at the meeting and were not happy with what they came up with. They did sort of form a committee and come up with an ordinance as well, as a process that was maybe discussed here earlier. So I don't exactly know how it went, but I'll know in a couple days.
And so Grover didn't use a consultant?
I believe it was written by their community development director, and I think they had a couple of, like a working team that put it together.
And Pismo, I think the staff report, or somewhere I learned that Pismo had theirs passed or approved.
Theirs was passed, and then even updated at the night that the WRF project went before the Coastal Commission in San Luis Obispo back in July. They had a ad hoc committee, task force, I think they called it, formed. I think it had 2 council members on it. Don't know that it really involved their community development director much, from what he told me. And then there were various community members, stakeholders that were involved, folks that were representing vacation rental management companies, and others, and I think citizens and other folks.
Do you know, I assume Pismo has a bigger staff than we do, just because they're a bigger city. Is that correct? Smaller staff at Pismo?
They probably have another planner on the planning side of things, another planner. Their overall staff of the city is larger than ours. Like in planning and building, they have a couple of more folks. I don't know about other departments.
Mm-hmm. And then it sounded to, I don't know if I have this right, but that what we have with the limit on the numbers is more restrictive than than Coastal would approve.
So they tend not. So one of the things they tend not to like is caps. And that's what we put in through the moratorium, and then because the moratorium was going to expire and we weren't going to have an ordinance in place, I put it into the ordinance. So our vacation rental ordinance that's in Chapter 5 of the municipal code has that 250 cap in it on residential vacation rentals, so properties that are zoned residential have vacation rentals. So they tend not to like those and tend to like other means of regulation. Pismo's is an example. They allowed hosted vacation rentals throughout the city and then defined what hosted meant and how long you had to occupy the structure being that it was hosted. And then they allowed non-hosted in areas like the downtown and more commercial areas along those lines. So that's kind of the differentiation they had in their ordinance.
That's it. Thank you.
Thank you. Yes, Councilmember Heller.
Questions? Go ahead.
I have a question. But
You can go first.
you can go first.
You had your hand
Okay,
up.
I'll go first. So another question for Mr. Cram. So the day after the Coastal Commission had their meeting here in San Luis Obispo recently, there was a workshop and these kinds of things were talked about. And the commission said over and over again that they were not looking for a one-size-fits-all type solution for coastal cities in general. And I'm assuming that would apply to this. Is that your sense of the Coastal Commission? Or are they really looking for us to model it after another city, or does that just make the process of approval more smooth?
So coastal staff has told us that Pismo's was a good model. I take that to mean for a couple of reasons. I take it to mean, it was a collaborative process that yielded an ordinance that was able to get through council in the city of Pismo Beach, and then able to come to Coastal Commission and be approved there, and didn't have a lot of opposition standing at the podium at the Coastal Commission meeting saying, don't adopt this. And so I think for all of those reasons, they said that was a good process it went through, and they liked the ordinance, and it doesn't have caps. Could we come through with an ordinance that has caps, some sort of cap? Potentially we could. It just depends on what the ordinance is and whether you have broad community support. I think what the Coastal Commission doesn't want to see is us bring an ordinance forward, pass it through City Council that comes before the Commission and has a whole bunch of opposition standing at the podium. I think that's what they're not interested in. Okay. You come forward with something that's broadly supported by the community, that's something they're happy to see, and then they're more, I think, likely to approve deviations from, things that I was saying they like and dislike. They're more, they want to make sure you're allowing them in the coastal zone because it provides visitor serving accommodations, and that's something they're very much supportive of. And if you're trying to outlaw them outright in the city, they wouldn't probably be accepting of that.
Gotcha. Okay, thanks.
Great. Councilmember McPherson.
Okay, thank you. And I appreciate your addressing this issue quickly. I really do. So thank you. Has the city contracted with an auditing agency to locate illegal short-term vacation rentals?
We have entered into a contract, and we're getting ready to start the onboarding process, going back and forth with emails today and even this evening during the meeting.
And what exactly will they be doing?
Their application sort of mines the internet for vacation rentals that are out there, and they'll compare it against our list of registered ones and identify ones that aren't registered, and then they'll do the initial outreach to those folks, sending them a letter telling them to stop. That'll be a 1 or 2 letter process, probably, at which point it'll go into our code enforcement process if people don't stop, and then they'll be subject to fines and that type of thing.
Okay, and how will the city be paying for that contract?
We will be increasing slightly the cost of our vacation rental licenses.
And would this be an ongoing contract, so we would keep doing this, because I'm assuming that...
We would have no other way to monitor them.
Right. So does the city currently take action against unlicensed vacation rentals?
Yeah, we have code enforcement action moving forward on a handful of them, probably like a dozen or half a dozen or less, 5 to 6, I think.
Okay, because I know we had a speaker at public comment suggest that we weren't, and so I'm just wanting to...
We are, and actually that's one of the ones that we're engaged with the owner on.
Okay, all right. And what is the current fine for operating an illegal vacation rental?
Well, our fine structure starts with a warning and moves to 100, and then I think 250 and 500.
Okay. And I understand that we have 90 on the waiting list for the vacation rentals, for the 250 cap.
Last time I checked, that was approximately correct.
Okay, what's the turnover like? I mean, how long would somebody wait before somebody gives up a license or?
We regularly turn over quite a few of them. I don't know the numbers. I don't know if Ms. Callaway knows.
It's going to be fairly approximate, but I think in about the last year, we've turned over about 24, approximately.
That seems about right to me.
Okay, and do we do anything about monitoring people that get a vacation rental license and then don't operate a vacation rental? I noticed we had some data earlier that was presented that showed that we have a number of them that aren't producing very much TOT.
And that's likely correct. We do, you have to at least rent it once during that year period, otherwise we revoke the license and give it to the next person online, which is what's happened with those 24 folks, I think, is they weren't paying us TOT, and so we moved on to the next ones, or maybe they left town.
But it's just once in?
It's not written in ordinance, so it's an internal policy.
I see.
Idea was that we'd have an ordinance in place, sooner rather than later, but it's taken longer, right? So.
Okay. And so I know that in the email that Ms. Winholt sent us, she suggested that the 250 cap applies only to the residential areas. Is that true? And so do we actually have more possibly operating in the city? I'm just curious.
The last time I checked and spoke with Tracy, we only had 250 operating, and I think maybe even less of the time because of the turnover that we've had. But the ordinance is correct. It only applies to the residential zones, meaning we could have more, and meaning they could be located in some of our commercial areas where you can operate commercial businesses, and so we didn't apply the cap to those.
Okay. And I know that the county has enacted an ordinance as well as Paso, and we just talked about Grover Beach, and I think also in Pismo. Do we know of any other cities that have done so?
The county has different operating vacation rental policies in the different CSD areas. There's a difference, and they've modified them from time to time over the last few years, depending on the community, Los Osos, Cambria, Cayucas. I don't know about anybody else. I don't know where Atascadero is.
Yeah.
Paso does have one.
Yeah.
I don't know about Atascadero where they stand on it.
Okay. All right. And you suggested that if we were to move forward with a consulting contract, you would review that at the mid-budget year review, and that would be in February, so are you suggesting that if we went that route, we'd have to wait till February to actually get started?
There's a sufficient authority, the city manager, to proceed forward with that contract if that was the direction provided by council, and then we would do the true-up of the budget mid-year.
Okay. And you suggested that the purpose of this facilitator would be essentially to facilitate any kind of meetings that were held and write the ordinance, is that correct? I just want to make sure I understand the...
Yeah, that's the basic summary. We projected at least one or two community forums and then a series of blue ribbon or task force commission meetings along the lines that Mr. Heller suggested. And then the facilitator would write the code and present to the planning commission and council.
Okay.
So it's a pretty big package, but that, comes with that
All right,
bill.
thank you. Those are my questions.
Great, and all my questions were answered, so appreciate that. With that, I will open it up to public comment on the third item of this agenda item C3. Any members of the public wishing to come forward, and I'll start with my speaker slips here and then open it up generally. This is regarding item 3 of the recommendation concerning vacation rentals. So first up is Robert Elzer. Robert, welcome. Been waiting a long time.
Thank you, Mayor, Council. My name is Robert Elzer. I'm owner-manager of Urlax Vacation Rentals. We operate 20 vacation rentals in the city of Morro Bay. Since we're kind of going through this process again with the beginning, I just want to talk about a couple important points. I also was pretty heavily involved in the process in Paso Robles, which just ended in the last couple of months here. So some general points that I just like to discuss is we did actually do a neighbor outreach recently in the last couple of months. And then the goal was to contact pretty much every neighbor that's adjacent to a vacation rental, especially where the density is a little higher. I can tell you from my personal experience, I only found one neighbor that was anti-vacation rental, and the vast majority were very pro-vacation rental. I want the council to keep in mind that the vacation rental community employs many dozens of people, housekeepers, maintenance people, our staff. Really harsh action against vacation rental threatens the jobs of all those people pretty severely. For every person that come up here that might be upset about vacation rentals, a negative action could end up costing 4 or 5 jobs for each of those people, a pretty significant action. Most vacation rental owners have operated in full compliance without even one complaint the entire time. A ban would be severely harmful to those people, or anything that's similar to a ban, in many cases would devastate what these people have been doing for a long time, totally in compliance. I've heard the Pismo ordinance mentioned a couple of times. I don't think the Pismo ordinance is a great template to use for Morro Bay because of where vacation rentals were located in Pismo. The vacation rental community wasn't heavily impacted by that. If you applied that same template to Morro Bay, the results would be much more severe, and I think it would be basically a ban on vacation rentals. I would encourage you to maybe look at the county regulation as a better blueprint or guide. A lot of the opposition talks about how vacation rentals harm the housing market. I don't agree with that assessment. I think we saw from the numbers before that we've got about 150 active vacation rentals. That's very easy to get to by the TOT payments and the lack thereof for the other 100 of the 250. These homes were purchased as second homes. Only very few of them would end up being converted to long-term rentals. Some of the owners will choose to do monthly rentals only. They still want to use the home and they don't want to lose that. Some will sell, but many of the buyers could be retirees who would be coming from outside the city anyways. That doesn't really solve your current housing problem. And of course, we know that the city has a huge amount of just second homes that are not rented and they're just vacant most of the time. Many of these vacation rentals would just be picked up in that capacity. So I think it's going to be very limited. Is it possible I give you one more minute?
No.
Okay.
Sorry.
Anyways, really quick, I think the illegal rental problem will be exacerbated greatly if we go with a harsh VR regulation. And you have a relatively small problem now, and it will be much greater.
Thank you, Robert. I appreciate it. Next individual up, Terry Simons. Terry, welcome back again.
I'd forgotten what this is like. Terry Simons, item C3, subsection 3, regarding vacation rentals. My wife is a really social media gorilla. She's just out there all the time on social media. And last year she got me involved a little bit on nextdoor.com. And I was following the city's debate on sales tax increases and the thought that maybe vacation rentals would be another good source of income for the city. So I experimented with nextdoor.com's polling system, and I ran a poll where basically I said, how do you feel about vacation rentals? There's something on the order of half the community is on nextdoor.com, so it's not a small sample. It may be random and it may not be scientific, but it's a sample. I got a surprising response of 71. I got over 200 and something respondents in about 5 days. And 71% of those were just generally opposed to vacation rentals. An astounding number of people had to go on at length about all their personal issues and all their feelings about it, and I'm not going to bore you with that. And the people that were supportive were about 20%. And then a third question that I put on the poll was, would you rather just see a sales tax increase? And about 6% of the people responded to this poll that they'd rather see a sales tax increase. So just information for you. I'm very concerned as a citizen in a residential neighborhood about vacation rentals. I know there's 5 illegal ones within walking distance of my house. I think that while there's a lot of talk about how the licensed vacation rental people are doing a good job, and I don't have any doubt that they are, it's not the licensed people that are the problem, it's the unlicensed people. So that's just something we're going to have to come to grips with. The Coastal Commission has made it very clear that they're not interested in caps, and they're not interested in programs that are going to discourage people from having vacation rentals. There's another whole factor that I think people haven't put the connect together. The state in their, I think you call it ARENA program, where they basically want a fair share of growth in the state to be attributed to all the communities, and we're being assigned 300 plus new residential housing units. I think an argument could be made that every time you create a vacation rental, you're in fact deficiting a housing unit, and so every time you add a vacation rental to your rolls, you're basically by default requiring that you add another new residential housing unit. And that's just something that somebody ought to look into, because I think that is going to come down really hard on the coastal communities if, in fact, all these vacation rentals get deducted from their housing stock, and then the state comes in and says, oh, well, one of our remedies is to take over your planning department and put a state agent in there. Just a thought. Thanks.
Thanks, Terry. Appreciate that. Public comment is still open for agenda item C3, section 3, vacation rentals. Any further? Nick, welcome.
Council Mayor, thanks again for the opportunity. The thing that I've heard, and it's really very interesting, is most of the complaints are about the illegal units. And we started this discussion about a year ago, and it was it's very interesting. There are some industry magazines that I'm going to share with staff, and it talks about many communities like Morro Bay and how they overregulated vacation rentals, and now a year later it's coming home to roost. And it's really because if you look at the regulations today that we even have on the books, you'll find if we did enforce those and if people lived by those rules, we wouldn't have an issue. If you read the rules and what people are expected to do. So thinking that we can put very harsh regulations, and I'm not talking about density or numbers, but on the existing community and somehow have a better result, we're wrong, because we have to enforce the rules. That's really the key. And there's certain things that we can do today to give relief to the residents. You know, I really do feel for them. If I had bad actors like they describe, I'd be fired, because my owners care about the homes, and I care about my business, and we throw people out if they're bad actors, and we never rent to them again. We keep a list, and we let them know, and they're very surprised. Hopefully, we're sending them down the road to Pismo. But the point I want to make is you probably have the power now, even without a new regulation, to start to bring relief to the residents. You can increase the fees to something where you can afford staffing to enforce the current regulations. I really recommend that the city look to Palm Springs. Palm Springs was a very contentious discussion. They reached out to the community. They worked with the community to not vilify the operators that were compliant, and they created expectations of the guest for good behavior. And we've seen a vast improvement in our own operations because of how we position ourselves and how we position the expectation of guest behavior. I really honestly believe, hearing the comments from the community on the unlicensed rentals, that there is your problem. And as I read the trade journals and I read all the communities and hundreds of communities around the country that have put harsher regulations in or new regulations, but the problem doesn't go away. And the problem is because we're on a sharing economy, and it's like whack-a-mole, if you've ever played that. You know, there's a vacation rental that's illegal, and here's another one, and they keep popping up. And it's just the nature of the beast today. So we really have to get the community involved. We have to have a way for the illegal rentals to be identified and put out of business, and we have to ensure that the operators comply with the law, just like the pros. Thanks so much.
Thank you, Nick. Public comment is still open with regard to section C3. Betty, welcome back.
Betty Winholtz. Rather than content, I want to talk about process. Back in 2016, it took 2 years for the majority of you who are still on the council to actually put that cap on the vacation rental ordinance, even though people had been complaining 2 years earlier. So an example of where you kicked the can down the road. Hope you won't do that tonight. Hope that you'll actually give direction to form a committee that's made up of managers and residents. I think you can find a moderator in the community. There's no reason this should cost us any money, any reason it should cost us staff time. I'm sorry to hear that we've already gone out to bid on someone to discover where the illegals are. I think that could be, any kid under 20 could find that out for you. Any student over at Cal Poly could take that on at probably a much cheaper rate. And so I think we can save money with discovery. I think we can save money with writing the item. And I agree that enforcement is going to be the way to keep the community happy. Thank you.
Thank you, Betty. Public comment is still open on item C3.
Sorry.
You still have time? No, you're fine.
Yeah, I do.
You're
So
fine.
let me just say that I don't think we need to write this ordinance with the Coastal Commission in mind. This is our town, our ordinance, and Coastal will do it because of the process, as was explained earlier. So don't play into their hands.
Thanks. Public comment is still open. Welcome, Carolyn.
Good evening, Mayor, council members, staff. I support Betty absolutely on that last point. I just think people need to send to the Coastal Commission the policy or the ordinance that they want. And if everybody backs down, then that just empowers them. I think they need to hear from us about the kind of policies that we want and not be intimidated by them. Also, I don't agree with Betty. I do support the city contracting with host compliance. We need to know how many of those unlicensed short-term rentals are out there and make sure that they're put out of business. And that host compliance does have, I've done research and they have a very good reputation. That to me is money well spent. I also support using a committee to draft the policy. I don't think the committee should be facilitated by a consultant already working on the zoning document. That sends a message that that person is really in control of the process and is representing the council, whether in community development, whether that's the intention or not. So I think there's a way to save some money there. I think that the committee would need to be chaired, again, by someone who is seen as neutral and that all stakeholders should be represented. I think that representation of stakeholders is important, but to me, the guiding principle of the policy needs to be the protection and health of our neighborhoods and the well-being and quality of life of the people living in those neighborhoods year-round. That seems absolutely critical to me. I think that having good representation from the different stakeholders, I think people would arrive at that. So, thank you.
Thank you, Carolyn. Public comment is still open for agenda item C3 regarding vacation rentals. Dan, welcome back.
Thank you, Mayor. Good to see you all again. I wanted to talk about government by consults, by consulting. It's wrong. It's hazardous for Morro Bay. It's just wrong. We're talking about spending $100,000 on consultants just in the last 30 days. It's off the hook. You know, and not so many years ago, but it's been a while, the city used to send us out questionnaires to everybody in the city, to everyone. with our water bills. So that part of it was free. It wasn't a special mailing. And they would ask us questions. How do you feel about people that leave their trash cans on the curb 7 days a week? How do you feel about people that leave their boats parked on their property? They would ask us all kinds of questions for our opinions. And that's a true opinion of the citizens of our community. And that's where we should be getting our answers from, not consultants who have agendas to follow Pismo because they this or that or any. I wouldn't follow the example of Pismo on anything, to be frank with you. I go down there and it looks like a mess of sprawl. That's not Morro Bay. Copying Pismo? Oh my golly. But this consulting thing, it's garbage. Ask the people. Send it in their water bills. That's not a sampling. That's the totality. Ask the people. Get their true opinions. Follow that. I think that's what you all represented to do, is to consider the desires of the people, and you would get that by sending it out in their water bills. In regards to the illegals, or unregistered, whatever our politically correct term is, they're off the hook. There's 4 or 5 in the immediate area of me. One of them brought their dogs and killed my cat. Easily they could bring their dogs and kill the children of the lady that was here earlier. Had to go home and put her children to bed. Michelle, she's my neighbor. She's talking about a residence that's just right between us. You have no idea how off the hook they are. They're racing up and down the streets. They're blaring their music. They're torching their fires out in front of the places. The fire department makes cruises. I've seen the fire marshal cruising our streets, advising some people to get rid of them. He's doing his job. Some of them are out of sight and can't be seen. Some of them are brought out. But every weekend they're out there torching those things up, and they're a danger to that lady's children. They killed my cat. You can say, oh, it's just a cat, but you know what? That's my furry loved one. Sorry about that. Government,
Thank you, Dan.
Government by consultants is wrong.
Thank you. Public comment is still open regarding item C3, regarding vacation rentals. Any other comments? Looking around. Seeing none, I'm going to bring it back to council. And Mr. Elzer, I will tell you why I didn't allow you to go farther. We were getting into a lot of discussion about actually writing the policy, and the agenda item tonight is really not that, not pointing at you specifically, because a lot of comments were made. This is really a process discussion, and I just want to make sure that when we go to summary now, council, that you'll look at the fact that this is a process-related question at this point, and then further consideration of, I think, the details that have been discussed. A lot of the details regarding the actual policy will come out from the process. So with that, I will open it up to council discussion.
Mayor, it's 9:25.
Yes, I was just
yes,
going to
thank
say, I was going to ask that we extend the meeting past 9:30. I make a motion that we extend the meeting past 9:30 to time uncertain.
Second. Motion to move past 9:30 by Councilmember McPherson, second by Councilmember Davis. Any discussion? Roll call vote.
Councilmember McPherson?
Yes.
Councilmember Davis?
Yes.
Councilmember Addis?
Yes.
Councilmember Heller?
Yes.
Mayor Heading?
Heading Hiller? Yes.
Motion
Thank you.
carries 5-0.
Thank you. So we'll continue, and I'll open it up for discussion. Who'd like to?
I would like to start.
Sure. Councilmember McPherson.
I would like to start because I asked for this item to be agendized. And I do want to point out, though, that it is already on the city's goals and objectives, so I'm not talking about adding anything. I'm really talking about bumping it up in priority. And I'm very sensitive to the staff's workload, and I really think we want to design a process that does not task the staff. But I think this is an issue that urgently needs to be addressed. It's gotten out of hand, and if we let it keep going, it's only going to get worse, and it's going to be harder to put the genie back in the bottle. So I really want us to move forward. I should say that I reached out to Pismo Beach to learn more about how they structured their process for crafting an ordinance. And I learned, as we've heard mentioned, that they had an ad hoc committee. It was comprised of representatives from independent vacation rental owners, property managers who manage them. They had illegal vacation rental owners on there, which I'm not sure why, but residents, one hotel operator, and the 2 city council members who basically acted as the neutral getting the input from everyone. We could call it what we like. They were able to get consensus on the content of policy, and as I say, the council members acted as the neutral facilitators or mediators, and they were focusing on finding a reasonable solution and getting people to achieve an agreement that the community could stand behind, and that was really the key, according to who I spoke with, to getting the Coastal Commission approval. I do not believe, I agree with many of the people who've spoken already, that we need to hire an outside consultant to mediate or facilitate this process. I believe that the subcommittee members would be willing to do it. We started the process some time ago. We know that there's a lot of ordinances in place already where we can look to for language. We don't really need somebody, a professional, to write it. We have a city attorney that can look at it and read it after we've drafted it. The key is achieving the consensus on what we need to address in the ordinance, and it needs to be balanced, and it needs to balance both the needs that we have as a city of getting income and revenue from TOT, but also with the main concern of keeping our neighborhoods for neighbors and keeping the quality of life the way we're used to it here in Morro Bay. So that's where I come down on this.
Great. Thank you. Okay. Councilmember Heller, sir.
I'd like to agree with Councilmember McPherson's comments. I think it's exactly what we need, and I think it does fall within the 4 major goals that the city has established, particularly with respect to engagement with the community. And as I mentioned earlier, when I shouldn't have mentioned it during the question section, I think this is a great kind of test project to test the engagement of the community, because I think the community is very concerned about this. I appreciate Mr. Sedley's remark about putting surveys in water bills. I think there are lots of ways to find out what is going on in the community, and I like this approach a lot. I would want to avoid a Brown Act type committee. I think an ad hoc committee with all participants and representation from all, and I don't know if you're interested in facilitating them, the meetings or not, but I think it's absolutely doable, and I think it's the strength of this community is its volunteerism and its engagement, so let's put it to work. Staff and the consultants have plenty of other things to do. In my opinion, we can resolve this.
Great, thank you so much. And I'll move to my left here, Councilmember Davis.
Yes. I appreciate Councilmember McPherson reaching out to Pismo and finding out how they did their model. And I began the meeting believing that a skilled facilitator, a hired consultant, would give us the best product most quickly. But listening to what Marlis had to say about what Pismo did and how it worked, and if indeed our subcommittee is willing to act as the moderator for the committee, for a blue ribbon commission that ensures that all stakeholders are heard, then I would support that. I would also support an annual license fee that will pay for vigorous enforcement that ensures that everyone plays by the rules. So I'm on board with my colleagues so far.
Great, thank you. Councilmember Addis.
Well, I want to express my condolences to Mr. Sedley for your cat that you lost. I'm so sorry about that. And I want to thank Councilmember McPherson for volunteering to and voluntelling the mayor that he'll be facilitating this ad hoc committee for getting this done. The most important thing to me is that we have robust community outreach, that we have the best input possible, and that we have a policy that can pass. I appreciate the verve around just telling Coastal Commission what we're going to do. I don't think that I agree that that's the route to go. I think we need to work in concert with Coastal Commission and with Coastal Commission staff. And I think it's important to take a look at what other cities have done successfully and see where we can weave in the successes of others while still maintaining our community character and our community feel. I think all of that's important, and I absolutely agree with the fees being increased as needed to cover the cost of compliance and to make sure that we can take care of those pieces. So that's my initial public input for this ad hoc committee. Although you didn't ask me to give that much input, but so I can agree. I mean, I agree with that. I started out like Councilmember Davis and thinking like, I'd rather pay a consultant and get it done, mostly because I'd like to get it done well and make sure it passes. I don't want to go 10 rounds with Coastal on this. So that's really my focus, is making sure we have something that is going to maintain Morro Bay's character while still passing Coastal.
Great. So it looks like we really have consensus on a process moving forward. I've written down everyone's comments, and I think it's aligned with what Councilmember McPherson began to outline with regard to her comments, the urgency, completing it in a timely manner, looking at other processes, benchmarking, but not necessarily duplicating, consensus regarding no consultants, internal use of a subcommittee that would be formed, including what was the word? Voluntold, yeah, that's voluntold members, and appropriate community members that represent disciplines that are across the board and represent various and diverse opinions with regard to the issue itself, and trying to achieve consensus as much as possible when we go to the Coastal Commission. And so with that, looks like you might be prepared to move a motion with this. Go ahead.
Yes.
Give it a go.
I move that the City Council move forward to begin the process of developing a new vacation rental ordinance by conducting one or more public forums on the issue to re-engage the public, asking the city manager to appoint an ad hoc committee composed of vacation rental owners and property managers, residents, 2 city council members, which is, the reason that we volunteered is that we're this policy subcommittee on this issue. We have been for 2 years, so that's the reason. We've already discussed this as policy. And I would also include a planning commissioner, since the planning commission has to also hear this. The committee would be charged with developing a draft policy and vacation rental ordinance, which can then be reviewed by the city attorney and taken to the Planning Commission and City Council for consideration.
Oh, I second that. That's beautiful.
Okay, so we have a motion by Councilmember McPherson that is written out and available to the city clerk, because she was quickly typing that, but probably didn't catch it all. Seconded by Councilmember Davis. And are you all okay? You heard it? You want it read again?
No, I heard it, yeah.
Good. Ready to vote?
I'm ready to discuss. I'd like to discuss it, Mr. Mayor.
Okay, that would be great, yeah.
So, and I do have some questions. So my concern is that it be a legitimate, community-based effort. How many people do you envision being on this committee, being on this ad hoc committee?
Well, I think that the ad hoc committee itself has to be fairly small, so probably 10 people or so if you really want to get something done. I wouldn't include more than that. I think we can do a lot of community outreach. I would certainly be in favor of using our poll call to do surveys and have public forums where we invite the public to participate and share their opinions. We had over 100 people at the first public forum that we held, and that gives you a very good sense of where people are coming from. So I'm not talking about limiting public input, but I think if the group is going to be effective, it has to be fairly small.
Okay. And the city manager is a pretty busy guy, I think, based on what I saw earlier today. So do we need him to appoint the members, or can you two appoint the members and assemble a committee, or?
I think he can consult with all of us in coming up with the appointment. That was my thought.
Okay.
You can ask him if he's willing.
Just trying to make it easier.
No, yeah, I appreciate that. I mean, I could work with the two subcommittee members and figure out how to get a good balance in the community. I'll probably get input from the other council members offline, too, if that works.
Okay, great. Any further discussion? If not, we will take a voice vote, sorry. It's getting late.
Councilmember McPherson?
Yes.
Councilmember Davis?
Yes.
Councilmember Addis?
Yes.
Councilmember Heller?
Yes.
Yeah.
And Mayor
You know, I
Heading?
keep
Whoops.
hearing your name.
Did she call you first?
Is she Heading or Heller?
Councilmember Heading.
Okay,
That's not.
go ahead.
Mayor Heading?
Yes.
Motion carries 5-0.
Thank you for that. Appreciate that. When I hear that H, then I just respond initially. Looking for my agenda. Thank you for all the input this evening. That moves us to item C-4, adoption of ordinance number 624, authorizing an amendment to the California Public Employees Retirement System contract to implement cost sharing, and adoption of resolution number 77-19, approving updated publicly available pay schedule reflecting 1% salary increase for local police members in the Morro Bay Peace Officers Association. This is an item we've heard a number of times, and we're here for a final look and recommendation. Turn it over to our city clerk.
Yes, thank you, Mayor and City Council. This, as you said, this is the final step to implement employee cost-sharing terms agreed to by the city and the Morro Bay Peace Officers Association as part of the 2018 to 2020 MOU. On August 27th, the council introduced for first reading an ordinance to amend its contract with CalPERS to implement an additional 1% cost-sharing arrangement for members of the POA for fiscal year 19 and 20, which is in line with the council's efforts for pension reform moving forward. Along with that, it was agreed members of the POA would receive a 1% salary increase effective the first payroll following the effective date of the ordinance to offset the employee's contribution to the city's share of the pension cost. As provided in the staff report, we recommend the council adopt ordinance number 624 by title only with further reading waived and authorize the mayor to execute the contract amendment, and adopt resolution number 77-19 approving the updated salary schedule reflecting the 1% salary increase for local peace officers in the POA effective October 19th.
And thank you very much. With that, I will open it up to any council questions of our city clerk. Looking to my right, none. Looking to my left, none. All right, with that, I'll bring it back. Open up public comment. Any members of the public wishing to speak on item C-4, please come forward now. Seeing none, I will close public comment, bring it back to council, and entertain a motion.
I move that council adopt by title only with further reading waived ordinance number 624, authorizing an amendment to the contract between the City of Morro Bay and the Board of Administration of the California Public Employees Retirement System, implementing Section 20516 to provide additional employee cost sharing of 1% for local police officers in the Morro Bay Peace Officers Association for fiscal year 2019/20, and authorize the mayor to execute the contract amendment, and adopt resolution number 77-19 approving an updated publicly available pay schedule reflecting a 1% salary increase for those affected employees as agreed in the successor memorandum of understanding with the Morro Bay Peace Officers Association for the period July 1, 2018 through June 30, 2020, effective October 19, 2019.
Well stated. Is there a second?
Second.
Motion by Councilmember Davis for the staff recommendation, second by Councilmember McPherson. Any further discussion? Seeing none, roll call vote, please.
Councilmember Davis?
Yes.
Councilmember McPherson?
Yes.
Councilmember Addis?
Yes.
Councilmember Heller?
Yes.
Mayor Heading?
Yes.
Motion carries 5-0.
Great. And that brings us to item D, council declaration of future agenda items. Any extremely pressing items that, looking, none, we have none. Okay, with that, I will adjourn the meeting. The next regular meeting of the Morro Bay City Council will be held on Tuesday, September 24th, 2019 at 5:30 p.m. at the Veterans Memorial Hall located at 209 Surf Street, Morro Bay, California. Thank you so much and good evening.